Bwrdd pawb a croeso I gyfarfod y bwrdd. Good morning and welcome to today's Digital Health and Care Wales board meeting. I'm Ruth Glazard. It's the summer holidays. I'm in the chair today on behalf of Simon. So we will follow the very faithful briefing that I have been given this morning and look forward to taking you through the meeting today. As per usual, we're holding today's board meeting virtually and broadcasting the meeting live. Anybody who has the link can watch us and watch it back at a later date if they wish to. In addition, if you can't observe today in the live state, there is a link available to watch that. Simultaneous translation arrangements are in place, allowing people to speak in either English or Welsh, and this Zoom meeting will be delivered in a combination of English and Welsh with 2 audio channels, original and English, that you can select at the bottom of your screen using the globe interpretation icon. If you can understand both Cymraeg and Saesneg, please remain on original audio. If you can't understand Welsh and will need to hear an English translation, please change your channel to English. I'd like to note the following before we start. Board members, especially including myself as I follow the briefing, may not always be looking at the camera as we have our papers on different devices or screens around us. We will be taking 3 breaks throughout today's meeting. At the moment, they're scheduled to be a 10-minute comfort break after item 5.2, a 30-minute lunch break scheduled after item 5.5, and then a 10-minute comfort break after item 6.2. We are due to conclude today's meeting at approximately 2:35, and today we have a fantastic 2-for-1 offer with our annual general meeting soon to follow after our formal board meeting. The AGM for 24-25 will start at 3 p.m. There will also be an opportunity there to ask questions to board members, and I'm sure we have some of those that have already been provided for us. So that promises to be an interesting meeting from 3 p.m. if you can attend. For board members, questions on the consent agenda have been sought in advance of the meeting, and any questions hopefully have been addressed by the relevant officer lead. And so based on that, we will now proceed into the main agenda. We've received no apologies for absence today. However, Marilyn Bryan Jones, independent member, will need to leave at around 11:30 today, and Ridian Hurl, executive medical director, will be leaving the meeting around 10:40 for 30 minutes as he's joining a cancer leadership board meeting elsewhere. I think that is everybody as far as the apologies go, but if there's anything else, please can anybody indicate that to us as we go through the meeting. Conflicts of interest, I've not been notified of any prior to the meeting, but if anybody does have any now, please raise them. If not, and a conflict becomes apparent to you throughout the meeting, please raise it at that time and we will deal with it as the item progresses. Moving on to the main business of the agenda, as per usual, we use the consent agenda to make sure we focus on our business critical activity later in the agenda. We assume that everyone has read the papers under the consent agenda, and we will move on to note those now unless anybody wishes to move anything or ask any questions on the consent agenda now. No? Okay. I therefore propose that everybody is happy to approve and note all items. Specifically, we are approving the minutes, item 2.1 from the board meeting held on the 29th of May 2025. Noting there are no actions on the action log, item 2.2. Noting the forward work plan report, item 2.3. Approving the annual quality report, item 2.4. Noting the DHCW Emergency Planning Resilience and Response Annual Report, 24-25. Approving the Senior Information Risk Owner Annual Report, item 2.6. And approving the DHCW Equality Report, item 2.7. If everybody's happy with that, we will record that. And I also do want to record at this point, actually, a significant amount of work goes into the consent agenda. And I think we appreciate it every month that we may whiz through this very quickly in public board, but the amount of time that is taken to prepare it and by board members to study and comment on those items outside of board is quite significant. So thank you to the people who do that for us on a monthly basis. So it is very much appreciated that we can then focus on larger items further on in our agenda. Without further ado, main agenda, we will move on to our shared listening and learning presentation, and I'm delighted to hand over to Rhydian Hurl, Executive Medical Director, accompanied by Sam Lloyd, Executive Director of Operations, to present our shared listening and learning item on the data centre learning incident. Over to you guys. Thank you. Diolch.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me clearly, Ruth? Thank you. Good. This learning, shared listening and learning focuses on the data centers. And my comments would be that as we become more and more dependent on digital clinical care, the ability to see information at the point of delivery of care through digital systems, it's imperative that our systems are robust, resilient, and always available. This listening and learning discussion focuses on a major incident that happened in the data center on June the 11th. Fortunately, these are rare. They seem to happen when I'm on holiday. That just seems to be coincidental. So in the interest of our culture, which is about openness and transparency, it's a review of the facts. There are always lessons to be learned. And it's often easy in hindsight to say, if only. The importance of these reviews is to understand what the facts were, why they happened, and how we can mitigate future risks. So before I hand over to Sam, I just want to put on record my thanks to the technical and operational teams who restore systems under crises, helping clinicians across Wales continue providing care. Thank you, Sam. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Rhydian. There are some slides, I think, so if we're able to just bring those up, that's great. Thank you. So as Rhydian says, I'll be sharing some information today regarding a major incident that affected one of our data centres recently, and how, despite the severity, we were able to quickly recover services and significantly reduce the downtime that would otherwise have occurred. I'll be sharing some of the lessons that we've learned as a result of this incident. And there are clearly things that we're not able to discuss in public session, but I will give a high-level overview of what happened and what we did about it. So if we could move on to the next slide, please. So this just gives us a bit of an overview from a sort of physical perspective of how our data centers are set up. So we've got two. They're geographically separate, which means they're in different parts of the country, so that in the event of an issue affecting one area with local power supplies or a flood or anything of that nature, we won't, we'll be able to ensure that both facilities are not affected at the same time. They are what's called co-location facilities, which means that they're hosted by specialist data center providers. We don't own and operate these facilities ourselves. It's a very specialist activity. So we effectively rent rack space from providers who do this for a living. And as I mentioned, they are in separate parts of the country. We've got resilient connections to our major services, so cloud providers, so Azure and GCP, connections to the internet, connections to the health and social care network in England, and to the public sector broadband aggregation service, which is the public sector service that links sites together within Wales. And then obviously individual hospitals and GP clinics and other healthcare facilities are connected into that PSBA network. So there's a high degree of resilience that's built into the physical layout of this infrastructure. If we could move on, please. So then from a data center perspective, because we've got these two facilities, that gives us the ability to replicate services between them. So all of the services which we designate as clinical critical, so those services that provide clinical services and which we deem to be critical to the running of the health service, those are all replicated between the two data centers, which means all the data is copied and the systems are effectively residing in both locations. And that means that we can fail systems over between the two with little downtime. And then within each data center, we've implemented quite a high level of resilience as well. So there's a term which is used, technical term N+1, which basically means that however many of something you require from a physical perspective in order to provide a service, you provide an extra one for resilience. So if you need 2 air conditioning units to cool the facility, you provide 3. If you need 2 power incoming services, you provide 3. If you need 5 disk arrays to provide a service, you have 6. And that gives you the ability, in the event of a hardware failure, for the service to continue to operate. We've got fire detection and suppression systems in these facilities as well. So in the event that there is a fire, there's a gas suppression system which basically takes all of the oxygen out of the air, prevents the fire from spreading. We've got dual redundant power systems, which means that there are 2 power feeds incoming. So in the event that one fails, we can use the other. And then all equipment is connected to each of those power supplies, so that in the event, as I say, we lose one, all of the equipment can continue to run. And then looking specifically at the cooling, which was the cause of the issue here, we have 2 cooling systems in the data center. So one takes fresh air in from outside, which is used the majority of the time. It's quite efficient and environmentally friendly because it's using air that comes in from outside and doesn't have to cool it enormously. And then we've got traditional crack or computer room air conditioning, which kicks in when the temperature outside becomes particularly high. So if it's a hot day and the air coming in from outside is too hot, then we implement this second cooling, which brings the temperature down. So if we can move on to the next slide. So what happened, and this is not a photo from inside our data center, just to be clear, but what happened on the day, on June the 11th, is that both cooling systems actually failed. So we're working very closely with the data center provider to understand what happened. I'm not going to share the full details of those today, but we have, there is an exercise that we're undertaking, which is getting to the root cause of that, and we're putting steps in place to prevent that happening again. You can see the graph on the bottom right of this slide, which indicates the spike in temperature. It's quite clear to see in the middle there. So you can see a very sort of stable temperature level up until the incident. Suddenly there was an enormous spike. And then once the incident resolved, then the temperature stabilized again. If you can imagine, servers and computing equipment is very densely packed into a data center. So there's a huge amount of heat which is pumped out of these devices as they're running. Processors and things generate an enormous amount of heat. So as soon as the cooling in the facility fails, then the temperatures very quickly within the room will increase to levels which are dangerous. And most computing equipment is configured so that it will start to just turn itself off to prevent itself from being irreparably damaged, which would be obviously hugely expensive. So the temperature quickly rose to a point at which it became dangerous to the equipment. So some of it powered itself off. We began to manually power stuff off. And this caused an interruption to services which were running from that data center. This process was detected at just before 20 to 4 in the afternoon. And then we escalated through our major incident management processes and declaring a formal major incident at 7:30. As I mentioned, there's a detailed root cause analysis, which we are proceeding through with the provider. But the initial indications are that there was a false alarm on the fire detection system, which caused a kind of chain reaction of failures throughout the cooling systems. And a failover mechanism which should have kicked in effectively didn't. So if we can move to the following slide, please. So our response was, as soon as we detected the temperature rise, we were liaising with the data center provider to understand the impact and what was going on. Once we realized that the issue was very serious, we began to power off services in that data center and fail over to our secondary facility. We implemented our bronze, silver, gold management structure to manage incident coordination, communications and coordinate the recovery of systems at the second data center. Because of this resilience capability that I mentioned, we were able to fail over services that were running from that data center to our secondary facility. And by about 10 o'clock on that evening, all of our clinical critical services were recovered. There was still some impact to other non-critical services, but all of our critical healthcare providing services were back up by 10 o'clock. And then the downtime for some individual services was much shorter than that. So, for example, the main components of the Welsh Clinical Portal were recovered within a few minutes. That meant that we were then able to focus our efforts onto restoring resilience. So at this point, we had services up and running from our secondary facility. The focus then shifted to getting the cooling under control in the affected data center and then bringing the underlying infrastructure back up online so that we could fully recover resilience. Working with the provider, we had adequate cooling recovered by about 9:30 on the 11th. So we were then able to start powering on hardware in order to begin recovering system resilience. As soon as we became aware of an incident, we began to issue regular briefings to Health Board and Trust stakeholders. That was via the All Wales Escalation Teams channel that we have and via the service desk. I was also hosting hourly briefings where we were giving updates to stakeholders on the impact to services and also working with them to triage the impacts to individual services. And through that process, we were able to resolve issues and understand issues and then resolve them as they were most impactful. And then by 15:30 on the 13th of June, obviously 2 days later, the major incident was resolved when full resilience was restored across both data centers. So, as I said at the start, we were able, using our resilience, to really minimise the downtime and the impact to critical services across Wales. That's not to say there was no impact. There clearly was. There was that period of 2 hours where there was significant impact. That was fortunately outside of major business hours, but still there was impact during that time. We knew, for example, also that Swansea Bay continued to have impact to their WPAS ED module in the following days, which we worked with them to resolve. And also there were some impacts to the timeline for development of the NHS Wales app because some of the changes had to be postponed while we worked on recovering the situation. So if we could move on, please. There's always a learning opportunity in these major incidents, and it's important to understand what went well and then where we can improve. So there were some things that went well, some positive indications of our preparedness to deal with major incidents. Firstly, I think it demonstrated the effectiveness of the resilience mechanisms that we have implemented. We have invested significantly over the last 5 or 6 years to increase the resilience of our physical infrastructure and across the network layer, and for implementing multiple data centers, through making sure that all of our clinical critical services are set up in such a way that they can run from either. And that was successful. We've also, over the last 6 months or so, been having a real focus on ensuring that services are doing their DR testing, so actually failing over between data centers and fully testing that the service can run from both. So that really paid off. Really, we had to do that for real, but we had the confidence of knowing that we'd been through a structured program of testing that in the run up to the incident. Our bronze, silver, gold command structure worked well. So this is a kind of escalation route that we have up from technical teams through to a tactical coordination layer, through to the bronze, through to the gold strategic command layer, who manage strategic decision making, communications with external stakeholders and so on. That's well tested, but again, it worked effectively in this incident. And the communication channels that we established with our stakeholders were effective. We were able to provide regular updates. We were able to understand local incidents as and when they occurred, and work with our stakeholders to effectively triage and resolve any incidents that were being detected and fix those quickly. So next slide, please. Lessons learned, so that we will and are undertaking a full lessons learned and major incident post major incident review exercise that hasn't fully concluded yet. Some of those are with the supplier, as I've mentioned, but we do have a set of initial lessons that we've learned that we're already working through to begin implementing. So the first one is to establish a standing major incident management team. So this would be to augment that silver tactical layer, which would be a group of people sitting within the service management function whose job it is to manage preparedness for a major incident, and then to coordinate that tactical layer, so that between the technical response and the strategic command in the event of a major incident, and they would be responsible for processes and procedures, testing. We'd have a team of people who would be specialists at this, and so they would be able to make sure that we were fully prepared and we have that standing capability. The next one is to improve decision making through the use of playbooks. It's often very difficult and stressful for people who are on the ground to have to make these really high impact calls in the event of a major incident. Do we take the decision to start powering stuff off in the data center? Whose call is that? well, we made those decisions effectively, but we feel that we can reduce the time between something happening and us implementing a response by working those scenarios through and kind of codifying them into playbooks, which just give people a bit of a sense of, these things have been thought through in advance, and we give people that sort of sense of comfort when they're making these really high impact decisions. We can further reduce the time to failover by improving scripting and automation. It's necessarily at the moment manual to fail services between the two data centers. You don't want that happening unless you're in control of it, but there's more that we could do to automate that process. So once the decision's been made to fail over, we can automate more of that, and that could happen more quickly. So we're working on that quite closely at the moment. Further enhancing our on-call arrangements, so just making sure that we've got full coverage across all of our technical areas is something that we're looking at. It's quite difficult because there's a sort of minimum size of an on-call team that's required to provide round-the-clock coverage. So it's not always easy to cover that in small teams. So we're working on how we can enhance that. And then finally, improving monitoring for faster diagnosis and impact assessment. We recognise that we could do more to monitor our services from a end user perspective, so kind of more of a synthetic user monitoring approach, which would actually understand the user journeys that people are performing. And then if there's a breakage in that journey somewhere, that's the user impact that people want to understand. So we're working on how we can do that better. And many of our systems are so interconnected. So WCP, for example, that relies on lots of downstream services. So that in the event that some of those downstream services are impacted, WCP itself is still available, but components of it or user journeys within it are not. So improving the monitoring would really give us a better view of that. So then if we can move on to, I think this is the final slide. So just the next steps are to conclude that major incident review and lessons learned and formally sign that off and build the action plan off the back of that into our planning processes. Continue to work with the data center provider to improve the resilience of the cooling systems in that facility. That's work that's very much active and ongoing at the moment. And then we want to undertake an independent review of the resilience of that facility, just because we think that's required and will give us a kind of external benchmark, which will be helpful. So that's all I was going to say, but I'm very happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Diolch yn fawr, Sam. Thank you for that. I don't want to say I'm really pleased to have seen an incident, but I know we've given you quite a hard time at audit previously about, are we testing our plans enough? We know we've got good plans in place, but are we testing them? So to actually see that there's been a test of an incident and we've learned so much from it and successfully brought things back up again in terms of our critical infrastructure is really heartening, actually. So thank you for that. I still potentially will continue to give you a hard time about testing our DR plans, though. And I really appreciate the transparency, because it's a difficult line to walk between being as transparent as possible on one of these incidents and maintaining the continued security of the organisation and our infrastructure. So yeah, diolch yn fawr, thank you for that. Got a few hands up already. Helen.
Diolch, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just want to echo actually what you just said there in terms of that fine balance, and it's really good to see us spending this time actually getting underneath what was quite a challenging period, but actually to understand it step by step. And as Sam reflected, the position we find ourselves in now because of the way we've been looking to mitigate risks over recent years and manage kind of that infrastructure approach, I think bodes well in terms of this. Let's not kind of kid ourselves. So this should really be a never event in terms of the level of data centers that we commission. So there's a lot of work for us to do with the data center providers to ensure that they can, give us reassurance. So this is a never event and it will never happen again. So that was my kind of first reaction. Well, second reaction. The first reaction is, what's the impact and what's that real world impact? And really helpful to see that focus now on how we can translate the technical impact into the real world impact, so that we understand what some of those choices are in terms of how we mitigate kind of the impact to frontline services. But I just want to say, you know, give my thanks to Sam and all of the teams involved. Really, it was these are very stressful situations, and you see the calmness and the professionalism of our staff really come to the fore in these situations. They know what they're doing. They get together, they get behind each other, and they get the job done. So I just want to put on record my sincere thanks, actually, on behalf of the whole board, I think, to the teams involved in this to have mitigated and minimised the impact of this quite, significant incident. So thank you.
Thanks, Helen. Rowan.
Great job, Sam. I wouldn't expect anything less, because obviously you attend the DG&S subcommittees and the private sessions when we look at cyber, and we go into a lot more detail, and that just wouldn't be conversations appropriate to a public board. So not unexpected report. But can we talk about some of the considerations? You know, there's a lot of excitement across healthcare generally, and plans are being thought about in Welsh Government for things like implementing AI, using data in ever more ways to improve the quality of service in the NHS. And that means that going forward, our expectations and usage of compute might be greater. You know, you talked about some of the servers, running very hot when they're doing computationally intensive operations. And of course, the thing you can't control is the environment. So we have, climate forces that these ultimately, unless we're doing exotic things like operating a data center under the sea, that impacts performance. So what are the considerations we're giving to those kinds of future demands, and how are we engaging the wider NHS practitioner community, in the DDAC community, in understanding what would be their preferred resilience and the budget and investment required to deliver it? Sorry, one question, 3 parts.
Thanks, Rowan. Shall I take that now, Chair, or do you want me to take up? Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Rowan. Yeah, I think so the sort of exponential rate at which the requirement for computing is increasing is kind of well known now, isn't it? And things that's what's driving like the share value of Nvidia and other companies, isn't it? And I think our strategic long-term route to addressing this is through the cloud migration program. So we're in the process now of mobilizing a program to migrate a significant portion of our workloads into commercial cloud providers, and that's one of the main reasons to do that, because it gets you away from that, the age-old treadmill of having to keep upgrading your on-premise infrastructure and the huge costs that come along with that, and the environmental challenges and so on. So, and I think as we adopt more AI and greater volumes of data processing, that's going to become even more important. And most of the AI tooling now is cloud native anyway, isn't it? We need to have our data in the cloud in order to be able to access that. I don't think we're really in the realms at the moment of trying to build our own large language modules and run them on-prem. So I think as we move into cloud, that's going to be what solves this problem for us. And I think we're having those conversations largely through the NDR program with our stakeholders. So I think that's the vehicle through which we're trying to drive the system towards greater cloud adoption. And we've said as well through our migration program that where there are opportunities to share learnings with other stakeholders who are on similar journeys, then we'll be really happy to do that. And we've had some of those conversations already.
Diolch, Sam. Ivan, did you want to come in on that point, or was it a separate point?
Yeah, if I could come in on that one. Thank you very much, Ruth. I think it's a really good question, but to a large part, we're pulled along by the tides of how the industry the general digital industry and the health digital industry particularly are evolving in terms of AI. It's not a surprise, anyone can see the let's call it enthusiasm and energy which the major vendors are bringing to making AI tools available. Some of them are doing that in very visible ways, Copilot and AI embedded in search tools, for example. But a lot of our suppliers are squirreling AI tools into their own product in ways that are perhaps not so visible. And as Sam said, all of these are using cloud resources, and companies like Microsoft bought 3 Mile Island in order to tackle decarbonisation and their energy requirements in carbon neutral ways using nuclear energy. And there's a whole massive industry debate around that, which is far, far bigger than anything DHCW can do. I think probably the strategic take for us is that it's impossible for us to develop our own managed on-premise data centers in ways that can keep pace with what's going on in the wider industry. So the challenge for us is to be savvy customers and in fact savvy consumers of what is increasingly becoming utility type stuff. And first, that we're not overpaying for what we're doing, but secondly, that we're not buying more than we need, or more than we can usefully deploy, or more than is justified by the value that we can deliver to patients and to clinicians out there in the NHS. And then that speaks back to us getting tighter in terms of benefits, value, and planning. And my final comment on this is moving scarily rapidly. We often say that digital transformation takes years, and that the deployment of AI and the opportunities that are opening up, that is changing every 3 months, not every 3 years. So that we've got things going at very, very different cadences, and that's a challenge for us, as it is, I think, for anybody who's doing anything using data and digital infrastructure and technology, which means pretty much every organization in the world at the minute. So yeah, it's exciting, but it's also quite challenging in many ways.
Diolch, Ifan. Final question from Marian.
Diolch, Ruth, and I'll speak in Welsh if I may. A gain ategu fyny olch yn llongyfarchiadau i'r tîm am ymateb mor eithriadol o effeithiol ac mor amserol. A mae'n eithriadol wel, mae'n rhoi cysur i ni fod yn prosesau gwitnwch i weld yn gweithio yn dda, ac yn bod ni fel sefydliad yn myfyrio dros y gwersi strategol falle sy'n i'w dysgu. I ni wedi clywed Helen, y Prif Weithredwr, hefyd yn disgrifio never event, ddyle'r math yma o beth ddim digwydd. Felly cwestiwn sy'n gen i ydy pa mor anarferol ydy digwyddiad fel hwn, a sut dybed y ma'n darparwr ni yn meincnodi yn erbyn darparwyr canolfannau data tebyg mewn rhannau eraill o'r wlad. Diolch.
Diolch, Marian. As you say, this should be a never event, but it's hard to say how often they happen. In my experience, they do happen, unfortunately, because the more complex you make a system to some extent, the more likely it is to fail, isn't it? There's always a single point of failure somewhere. We did have another incident like this last year, which we obviously work to resolve as well. In terms of how we're going to benchmark the supplier, so there are some contractual issues or some contractual matters that we're working through in that regard, but also we're looking to bring in an external sort of benchmarking review or an independent review of the facility to ensure that actually it meets the standards set out in the contract and also the best practice for data centers at the specified tier. So data centers are defined in tiers, and for each tier there's a specific set of resilience measures that should be in place. So we'll be looking to audit the supplier to make sure that they are as specified.
Thank you. That's really helpful, Sam. Diolch.
Thank you, Sam, for that presentation. I think really useful for us to understand the learnings from that, and as people have commented, I think a really a positive experience out of something that shouldn't have happened. So diolch yn fawr iawn I ti. Formally, we have received and we have discussed the shared listening and learning presentation. So we will now move on to the chair and vice chair report. And presenting the chair report on behalf of Simon, this will be his last but one Chair's report, as his term of office comes to an end at the end of September this year. There'll be one more report from Simon before the end of his term. Within this report and also my Vice Chair's report, I think I'd really only like to pull out 2 items, one of which is related actually to data centres. Recently, myself and Simon, accompanied by some of the independent members, had a tour of our data centre. And whilst that might not have been a picture of our exact data centre, Sam, I can confirm that all data centres do look incredibly similar when you're inside them. I think it was a really fantastic opportunity for us actually to see what it means physically to store, manage, transfer that amount of data for us as an organisation. And particular comments, I know Alistair Neil has joined us, was on the tour, was very keen to stress that actually this is the kind of thing that everybody should go and see to understand the reality of what we're dealing with when we deal with our data centres and this amount of data. The tour and the presentation and being looked after by the team who look after the data centre was second to none. And frankly, I'm not surprised we were able to deal with that incident well, because just the quality of what we saw on that day was incredibly high. So I want to say thank you to the team for that. The other item I'd like to draw out is a very important one to us as a board. Today will be our associate board member, Andrew Fletcher's last meeting. His term of office has come to an end, and we have been through a process, or the unions have been through a process of appointing a new member for us. The trade union member is an incredibly important role on the board for us, to have somebody there who makes that connection for us through to parts of the organisation that us as independent members particularly may not see. And over the last, is it 4 years, Andrew? Yeah, 4 years, gone by in a flash. Andrew has been invaluable to us in making those connections and giving us insight into the organisation. So just like to say on behalf of everybody, diolch yn fawr, Andrew. Thank you very much. You get your Thursdays. You get your Thursdays back. Somebody who doesn't get their Thursdays back though will be Paul Evans, who has been appointed as the new associate board member. So I'd like to thank the unions for appointing Paul and look forward to welcoming Paul as a member in our next board meeting in September. So diolch yn fawr to you guys. Any questions or comments on the content of either report? No, thank you very much. Then we formally have received and discussed the Chair and Vice Chair report. Diolch yn fawr. Over now to Helen, our Chief Executive's report. Helen. Oh, I thought it was asking too much. If we could get all the way through this. I can now. If we could get all the way through this without somebody getting stuck on mute.
I've lost sound.
Okay.
Bear with me.
We can hear you, Helen.
Shall I go ahead? I'll go ahead because you can hear me. I'll try and fix the speakers. I don't know what's going on once I've gone through my report. Okay, I'll crack on then, and hopefully things will right themselves by the time I get to any questions, if there are any. Just to pick up, you've had the report. Clearly, colleagues will have had that to read. Just to pick up a couple of highlights. Really, it's been quite a busy time, even though I've had 2 weeks holiday in between in the intervening time since the last board. But just to pick out the staff engagement and staff briefing. We did our staff briefing session earlier this week as part of one of our leadership days. So we did kind of a hybrid session on that, which went really well. And the engagement sessions we've been doing, so Sam Morgan, our Director of People and OD, and myself have kind of done a tour of all of our sites to do some face-to-face sessions, and they've been fantastic really in terms of the A, that people came to talk to us, and B, that our colleagues came and really shared openly and honestly some of the challenges and opportunities really, and ideas they have for how we can improve things, and collectively, not just how we as the senior leadership can do that, but actually there was a real sense of kind of collaboration across the organisation. So I'm really pleased that so many of our colleagues, and I want to thank them for making those sessions so kind of engaging themselves and for their candour actually a lot of the time in that. We will take and are kind of feeding all of those themes and the feedback from colleagues into kind of our culture development and future plans around. And Sam, I'm not going to steal her thunder, will talk to us later about kind of the staff survey results, and all of this comes together in terms of our people strategies and plans. We also held our first stakeholder advisory group. Colleagues will be aware that we had a stakeholder review last year. So the stakeholder advisory group is one of the actions that come out of that. We were wanting to do that anyway, not just because we've been advised we should do that. We think this is a really good way of really testing kind of the engagement that we take very seriously in DHCW as a partner across the health and care sector in Wales. It was really great. I chaired the meeting. Really good turnout and really good engagement from colleagues, senior colleagues right across Wales. So quite a lot for us to kind of get into in those meetings, but it was really good. And actually engaging with some different faces, or to give us some of that kind of direct feedback. We'll be working on the joint actions from the through that meeting that are kind of all Wales actions that came out of the independent stakeholder review. So the other things I wanted to pick up were we've had our joint executive team meeting with the Chief Executive NHS Wales Director General of the Health, Social Care and Early Years Group and her team last month. That was a really good discussion, quite a lot to discuss in that session in terms of the look back on 24-25 and the forward look into this year, and of course the discussion around our kind of escalation approach and our escalation plan and the progress that we're making there. And Chris will touch on this a bit later. We are tackling or engaging with Welsh Government through existing performance review mechanisms via our JET meetings and our IQPD meetings. And just to say that we have been notified as following that meeting that our escalation status remains as was. We didn't expect it to change at this juncture, so we are still at level 3 for one domain, which is the performance domain, which is the enhanced monitoring. Chris will cover that later in the agenda. And then we've also had our staff conference and staff awards last month as well. They are the highlight, I think, of the year for all of us. It was really great to see members of the organisation actually sharing the great work that's going on, and for it to be joined by other colleagues across NHS Wales in terms of the panel sessions that we had through the conference. Also really great that we had so many of the organisation, over 800, participated through the hybrid approach that we had to the conference. So I think that's, it's great, isn't it? It's great it's an important thing. It's not a nice thing to do. It's a way of sharing, and actually even more important in the way that we work now through the hybrid approach, to actually get people physically in the room, or to make that time to kind of hear what great work is going on in other areas, because we've got, we're quite a large organisation now from where we started, and quite a diverse organisation in terms of the work that we're doing. So it's really great to hear that, and really great then to celebrate the achievements of individuals and teams through the staff awards. And about 200 people attended the staff awards. We had a huge number of nominations, and I think what's really great about the approach that we take is the nominations that come in from your colleagues. So it's really, whoever was nominated, hats off. It was great to be nominated, and fantastic to see how humbled the winners were actually, and to celebrate them that evening. We've also had the second Digital Data and Technology Leadership Board. This is Welsh Government's board, just to remind colleagues on the board. So this is the new arrangements where the DDAT Leadership Board, which is co-chaired by the Minister for Health, Wellbeing, Health and Mental Health and Wellbeing, is chairing that, because she holds that's Sarah Murphy. She holds the digital brief in the health portfolio. This one was chaired, so it's co-chaired by her and Judith Paget, who's the NHS Chief Exec. So it was really good, this one. So the first one really focused on kind of establishing the board. This board got into some of the digital priorities that we're all working on and taking forward, and I think really helpful to get into the discussions around some of those digital priorities and to air some of the opportunities and challenges, with the more senior leadership across Health and Welsh Government. So they will continue. The next one is in a couple of weeks' time, and again there are quite a number of deep dives, and we are supporting colleagues in Welsh Government in delivering some of those updates, and we are providing some support. There is still some work to do in terms of setting up the substructures below the DDAT leadership board to ensure that we've got the effective kind of governance and assurance processes in place so that that board can be as effective as it needs to be. That was all I wanted to share. Now I wonder whether I can hear anyone.
Diolch, Helen. Can you hear us? No. Okay. Given Helen can't hear us at the moment, I propose if we do have questions, we hold them and take them perhaps in any other business at the end of the meeting. By which time I hope Helen is back on and able to hear us all. So if we can
speakers so I can hear.
Oh, there we are then. So
yeah.
Questions. Let's go. Does anybody have any questions on the report? David.
Thanks, Ruth. Thanks for that, Helen. Really good to hear that the staff presentation award went really well. Sorry I couldn't make it. I did have a question around the digital blueprint that you mentioned in your report. Could you just expand a little bit for the board on what that entails?
Yes, yeah, that's really kind of exciting discussions, really, that the chief execs across Wales and all of the executive teams actually over the last 6 months have got together over a few kind of workshop sessions to think about what does the NHS blueprint of the future look like. So there are 4 themes that have come out of those discussions. What's the future of hospitals look like, what's primary and community care, what's the workforce, and what's the digital. So it's really good that digital is kind of in the front and centre, and as it needs to be in terms of what does the future blueprint of an NHS look like. So we've been doing some of the work in that digital space. We've got I'd like to call it a coalition of the willing actually together in terms of through those workshops that we've held over the last few months. Actually people have put their hand up and say, actually I want to get a bit more involved in understanding what that could look like. Some really strong clinical voices in those discussions. So we've had some external support and to kind of help to navigate and facilitate some of those conversations. So it's early doors, David, but we've looked at the digital strategies and alignment of digital strategies across the NHS. And there's some work now in terms of the description of how services could and should be delivered in the future. And then what does that look like in terms of the digital data and technology requirements that need to be in place to facilitate and enable that, essentially. So it's kind of been the gap in the conversation, if you like, in terms of that business layer. If you were looking at it through our architecture lens, it is that conversation that brings the business layer to life that we then can ensure that the architecture that Ivan is going to update us on later actually is able to ensure that it is able to facilitate that and drive that innovative way of working forward.
Great, thank you.
Diolch. If there are no further questions, thank you, Helen, for your report. We have received and discussed the content of the Chief Executive report. Diolch yn fawr. Moving swiftly on, we are into part 5 of the agenda and onto our primary community and mental health update. And I'm going to hand over to Sam Hall, Director of Primary Community and Mental Health, to share with the board an update from the primary community and mental health areas of work. Sam.
Thanks, Chair. I love doing this because I get to talk about the work that my team are doing, and I really appreciate the board's opportunity to give that update. I keep saying we're the newest part of DHCW. We've been around now because I've been here for about 2.5 years, a little bit over that. So we still feel quite fresh. But as I go through some of the updates today, you'll see there's a lot goes on in this in our little corner of DHCW. So first, I'll just give you an update on IMPS administration status. So we've talked about this quite a lot, the fact that one of our GP suppliers has left the market. And this is just to update the board that all contractual documents from our side are submitted and are with the lawyers. So we are now just waiting for that completion of sale. We may find that happens today. So we are keeping everything crossed, and as everything is ready from us and from our other partners in Northern Ireland and Scotland. So we are just waiting for that sign on the line to move to the new supplier. And so linked to that are our GP migrations. We're on track. We've had 84 migrations completed as of today. That leaves us with 109. We've had really positive feedback from practices. We were able to update Welsh Government colleagues yesterday that we've got a 99% of people we've spoken to are happy or really happy with the process and the support they're getting, both from DHCW but also from our partners who are helping to make that migration go smoothly. Health boards have been really engaged with us all along and helped us to do that planning to increase the cadence from 2 a week to 4 a week, which is how we want to be able to move forward, to be able to get us onto the one system and get all the benefits that we'll have from that. Currently, though, that the ability to do that is unfunded. So we've been working very closely with Claire and the team and with Welsh Government colleagues and Helen actually to really understand how we can find the money to do this as quickly as we can, because it unlocks a lot of doors for us with other things. And we're just about to enter, which is probably the more challenging part of the process, in that we're talking to our phase 2 practices. So if you remember when we talked about people moving practice, there were a number of practices who didn't want to move. They were quite happy with the system they had. And so they didn't want to move. And now, obviously, we're getting to the stage now where we're talking to those practices who didn't want to move. And so there's a lot more work for them to do. There's a lot more planning. There's a lot more support they'll need from our teams. And so that engagement is already happening. And we are very much on the ground with those practices to really help them understand how we can make this as easy for them as possible. Then move on to our dental access portal. Again, we've talked about this quite a bit. It's been implemented now by all health boards, and we had over 77,000 patients have registered, and so that's people having signed on, but also we've subsumed those waiting lists and imported those waiting lists from around our health boards that were already in existence. And as of the 29th of July, 22,000 offers of an appointment have been made. I think this is a fantastic move forward in how we manage access to our primary care dentists, and we'll be able to really understand the size, the breadth of those requests across Wales soon and draw a picture that we were never able to do before. So I think this really is an exceptional move forward. We've developed some dashboards that we can share with our Welsh Government colleagues so they can see progress. But we've got a little, there's a little wrinkle, as there always is, and that is there's dental reforms currently going on, and we're trying to understand from those dental reforms what that might mean for the DAP portal, and will there be any changes that we'll need to make to it that allows some of those reforms to happen. You might have seen in the news the talk of being able to move around between dentists, or actually being asked to move dentists. So you won't have a dentist for life in the way you would now. So there are some elements of the reform that are potentially going to challenge how DAP is currently structured. So we'll need to do that piece of work to understand that. Eye care referrals, that's something we've been asked to do. We were asked to do this, to pick this up in June. And to support the tactical procurement and rollout of a system to support eye care referrals. So this is for our primary care was getting it wrong, optometrists, so the people out there in the community. So, you know, everyone from your local optician to the multiples like Specsavers and Vision Express, to have a much slicker, more safe way of passing patient referrals into secondary care. And so we've picked up this piece of work, we've subsumed it into the primary care workload. There's obviously limited money around at the moment, so we found a way to put that project wrap around it within our existing teams. And an invitation to tender for a system to support this was published last week. So from June until literally a handful of weeks, we have moved mountains to get us to the position we're in now, working very, very closely with Welsh Government on this, and the optometric advisor there, who's been absolutely exceptional at finding time and space for us to understand what's required. We are committed, Welsh Government is committed to introducing SNOMED CT, so that's coding. I'm not really going to go into exactly what that means because I don't know enough about coding, and Helen knows way more than I do. But we currently use something called read codes, but nearly everyone else uses SNOMED codes. And so this is something that we can, as we move to the single supplier, we can accelerate that move and change this. It's much more flexible. It allows us to do more and interact more in the way that we can't with our old codes. We've held 22 webinars on this. We've had about 500 people already that have across GP practices that have attended these webinars, and that explains how this change will happen and what we'll be doing to help manage that change. And as we move across into our new sites, as we move people off IMPS, they will automatically be adopting SNOMED as they move. So we're trying to really move down that the pressure on change in the practices. So something else that's happened and that people really have been waiting for across Wales for a long time is our electronic prescription service. So this is a big piece of work between my teams and, of course, Ivan's teams in the digital meds area. So the operational team, we're continuing to onboard GP practices. So we're doing that currently alongside the migration move that we're doing. We've got 25% of GP practices across Wales have got EPS live now, and 66% of community pharmacies are live. And I think the recent figures were over 4 million items have been dispensed, which I think is incredible. And that's only since November 23. We're on track to meet all of our targets, and we have, as part of the GP migrations, we have looked at how we almost slow down to speed up a little bit with EPS. So one of the options we have to try and manage all of the change that's going on with GPs at the moment is to actually slow down the cadence of EPS while we speed up to move across to EMIS from IMPS, which then will allow us to speed up EPS. So we slow down for a bit, we get everyone transitioned across, and then we speed EPS back up again, with a look to bring that in from around July 2027 to bring that into November next year. So that's, again, it's going to rely on funding for that to happen, but it is something that we know our GP community are incredibly well, they're just waiting for it, and it's something that they have in England, had for a while, and it's a real tool missing out of their armory in general practice. Something we don't talk about a lot is the work we do to support prisons in Wales. So the prison healthcare system needs to be reprocured. At the moment, it's with something called System 1. We don't use that anywhere else really in Wales. It is quite widespread in England. But there is a module within that which is specifically for prisons, and it allows you to manage things like you have to put a lot more care into how medicines are managed in prisons, as you can imagine. But also there's there's some real work that needs done to support inmates going from one secure facility to another. So that all happens and is managed within this particular module. That needs to be re-procured. We ride on the coattails of NHS England with this, because obviously they have a much bigger prison estate than we do. But the idea is that we feed into those kind of new contract requirements, and that will be happening in early part of next year. So it's due for the contract ends in March 2026. So we're currently working on that now. And Choose Pharmacy, that's another bit that we're really proud of in the suite of tools and products that we have. So we have a commitment, we've made a commitment to redesign and to modernize the Choose Pharmacy system that is used. It has massive impact. It takes a huge amount of work out of GP practices, especially through something called the Common Ailment Service. So these are when you can go to your pharmacist because you've got a sore throat, or you've got other sort of minor ailments. There's a list of about, I think it's about 11 or 12 of them at the moment, where you can go to your pharmacy rather than go to a GP practice. Our own AMDs here tell us how amazing this is, that they don't see people with these ailments anymore. They just don't come here, they go to pharmacies. But it really does need a revamp, frankly. So we've done a lot of user research. We've really pulled out all the stops on user research for this to make sure that it is as usable as possible, because it was one of the big criticisms of the system before, that it wasn't particularly usable. We've produced a prototype that shows patient-centered flow right the way through a consultation, as well as to identify technical and data architectures required for the future. We've developed a roadmap out to 2028. So this is showing incremental agile changes of Choose Pharmacy over the next 2.5 years. So it's continuous improvement, changing it slowly, testing it with users and improving it again and again and again. So it gets as good as it can be. And then we've got some of the more kind of boring bits. Well, they're boring to me, but they're probably not to someone like Claire, who is for us to be able to move away from Citrix and improve the efficiency of the current Choose platform. And we're aiming to do that in September this year. And, because I'm a completely digital person and I love working in the open, 70% of the work that we've done so far has been documented as user stories, and we're doing the work now to publish those user stories as a public backlog. So we can say, you said this was a problem, this is painful for you, and we are showing you what the pain reliever will be through those user stories. So anyone can have access to that and look at the things that we have through our user research prioritized as causing the most pain for our pharmacists. And the other thing that I'm really proud of is that we are using a lot of our own staff here. So whilst we have got some external specialists to help support some of this work, because of the amazing work that we've done in the vaccine space, we're able to use some of those staff to support the Choose Pharmacy work. So all of the skills they've learned, they can now share with the Choose team and really help people to understand the ways of working in that kind of proper DevOps environment. And that takes me nicely on to the Welsh immunisation system, which is our WIS vaccine system. We released a lot of new features over the last year out to our users. It's notable, I think, and this is a shout out to, and really should be mentioned to the team, that we've hit every target on the roadmap ahead of time. So that's a massive achievement to that team. They're incredibly dedicated. They absolutely love what they do. And if anyone wants to come and talk to that WIS team, they will talk about what they do at length. They know how important prevention is in healthcare, and they really understand the part they play in that happening. And it really is great to work with a team so dedicated. We're working with GPs. We do a lot of work in the open. We've had We've had sessions, we do show and tells every other Friday with an open invite. We have GPs, we have practice managers who come and tell us how they're finding things. We've also now started to create short videos on that make things easier, because as we release more vaccines, and some of them are managed in slightly different ways, being able to create those videos to say this is how you can do this is really helpful to people that are on the ground who don't get a lot of time. And one of the big changes that we've been working on is being able to have in context opening up of the system. So GPs use a particular GP system, as we've been talking about, but they need to record their vaccines and the vaccinations they give in another way. And so it was this pain of opening this, logging onto this, and having to use multiple systems. We now have a way of in context doing that, so they can be in one system and they can open this up and do that as well. So lots of changes that are very, very user orientated. And then the other thing that we're doing in that area to make this much better for our development and our development teams is our move to cloud is scheduled in September, which moves away from a really costly option that it's currently on, which is a little bit more traditional, into a very open source alternative way of working, saves money and gives our developers the opportunity to develop in a better, much more agile way. And moving on to the mental health piece in PCMH. Sorry, I'm going on a bit, but I was told I had a bit of time. So in the mental health space,
I do want to make sure we have time for questions though, Sam, because
absolutely.
we could devote an entire board meeting to this. It's fascinating stuff, and I know that it's a key priority for all of us. So yeah, I do want to leave people time.
I'll speed up really quickly then. So in the mental health space, we are working very closely with the strategic program for mental health. We have worked with them to design the digital and data plan, which aligns with Welsh Government mental health and wellbeing strategy. And we're working on the national mental health data set to get into a position where that can be mandated by Welsh Government for collection. That gives us incredible insights and help for capacity and planning right the way across Wales. And we're doing discovery in some of the mental health tools. We also hosted, as in DHCW, hosted a session on the new mental health bill, which starts coming into force in 2027. There's a range of changes, providing patients with a stronger voice and advocacy. But there's also big opportunities here for how digital can support that to happen. As you can imagine, there's lots of opportunities there. But it will also result in a workload increase for practitioners. And again, digital has to be able to take some of the pain away for that too. So plenty going on in there. I'll just touch on connecting care. That is in with that business case was submitted in time. We've had Q1 funding confirmed, but nothing further than that at the moment. So we understand that there's conversations going on in that space, because there's a huge amount of work to be done, still to be done in that connecting care space. I touched on user-centered design earlier. I'm lucky enough to be the lead for that here, and we've established the team in March, and we've been using our own people to do a lot more of the user-centered design work, including the service design and all the user research for Choose Pharmacy. We've started to get a team in place, so we've got more practitioners across the organisation. And the first iteration of the DHCW design system, so this is that reusable tools, look and feel, that have been really well designed and well developed and well researched and can be reused. That design system is due to launch, I think it's today, live across the DHCW. So again, another big change coming from us in that user design space. And the primary care strategy that we launched back last year, that's been moving. We've done a lot of work around that to baseline primary care data to understand what is there, what's available, and understand what else we need, what are the gaps in that space. And we're doing a discovery jointly with the NHS Wales app team to inform what does the baseline look like for primary care? What is it that every practitioner needs to have to be able to do their job properly? And we are pulling that work together currently. Big piece of work, but absolutely critical for knowing where primary care and GPs are going in the future. There we go. Thank you.
Oh, diolch, Sam. I mean, I think it's just, you won't take the credit for this because you always give the credit to your team, but actually the amount that we've achieved in this space as an organisation is just an example of what you can do when you change the way you work within a team. And I think the focus on user-centered design, the focus on the engagement that you've done, it's a testament to your leadership. And I know you won't take the credit, but I am making you take some of that credit now because you have built a fantastic team there. So diolch yn fawr. Lots of questions. We will try to be efficient in dealing with these, as we could talk about this all day long. I will go to Alistair first. Alistair, I know you had some problems getting in this morning with Zoom issues, so I'm really delighted you could join us. Alistair, first question to you.
Yeah, thanks. And it's nice to see Sam being embarrassed by enforced credit taking, Sam. Yeah, a couple of quick ones. I recognize there are a number of questions that are going to be asked. Electronic prescription service, really interesting to see how that's progressing. Are we communicating effectively with GPs and with community pharmacies so they understand the timeframes that you've described, you've set out, Sam, which is initially, as I understood it, July 27, now likely to be brought forward to November 26 pending funding commitment. So changes in timing, the original timing. Do GP practices and community pharmacies, do they know about that so that they're not over-expecting or under-expecting? And just on connecting care, it's a complicated area with extraordinary potential benefits. I think they're very widely recognized across the wider system, including social care. We're in the 5th month of the year next year. Do we have any inclination to, we shouldn't be basing too much on inclinations, but do we believe that this year we will actually see the programme moving forward? Is there anything to reassure us about that? Thank you.
Thanks, Alistair. Sam, I will say let's try and answer the questions as we go, because then perhaps if you touch on points that others wish to raise, then they can amend their questions or drop off as necessary. If that doesn't work, we'll go to taking questions in a group and see where we get to. So
yeah,
Sam.
sure. Thank you. Yeah, 2 good questions, actually, Alistair. So firstly, with the EPS changes, yeah, we're very linked in with people. So with community pharmacy, obviously, we're talking to them all the time because we're doing the redesign at the moment. So we have those conversations regularly. We're really lucky in DHCW to have a very good pharmacy lead working in Ridian's team that has been, lockstep with us in this whole process. So that's great. And as for the GMS and the GP practices, they would tell us we want it tomorrow. So anything we can do to bring that forward is going to help. But we have a GMS board. So we have a digital board that is made up of practice managers and GPs. And when we talked about the change in the cadence, we took it to that board first to go through that with them, to ask for their assurance that this would make sense to their practices and the people working with them. So yes, everyone's in there, and it would be, can you go any quicker anyway? But I think that's probably about as quick as we can do it, and that's obviously fund independent. As for connecting care, we have, mood music. I mean, we know that people are trying to find the finances across government. It's not something that, as you mentioned, it's got impact for social care, it's got impact for mental health, it's got impact for community care. So that potentially comes out of a range of pockets, not just one, it's not just one bucket for that. And so there's been a lot of work done by the Welsh Government team, who have been really helpful and in keeping us informed of the conversations they're having to try and nail that money down. But I think it is the fact that it's Claire might know more about the mood music question. I hear good things, then it goes quiet. So I think if we don't hear anything, you rightly said where we are in the year, we're about to go into what they call it when everyone has time off in the summer. I can't think of the word; it's gone now. I go to that period where where our politicians have some time off. So we are concerned if we don't hear anything soon, it might be the other end of the summer before we hear something again. So yeah, there was a lot of concern in the system around it.
Thanks, Sam. Some people call it recess. Some people also call
That's
it
the word.
silly season. I will leave it to you to decide which one applies
sorry.
most.
My menopause brain lost me a word there. Sorry.
Claire, a nice segue into money.
Yes. So first off, I echo Ruth's comments. Sam's leadership in this product and service space has been phenomenal. And my comment or observation is, in building our future, the essence of moving to agile working with this end user right at the heart of it, you can see that through each of those sections, the proactivity that Sam invests in understanding the stakeholders' needs. And in doing that, working alongside ourselves in finance to really look at how we can drive out value through the system. And you'll see that later on in the savings plan, where Sam is top of the pops in terms of delivering value and savings recurrently to DHCW. So much so now that she doesn't actually let me in a room where all her blueprints are, because inevitably I can translate the value that will bring and be ahead of the game. So I think from a DHCW perspective, the essence of the work that she's presented really demonstrates the future operating model for DHCW. And that has come through her insight and drive through the team. For those workforce people, for our team in DHCW, going and seeing what they are doing in pharmacy, in vaccines, across the board. You can see it because it's all over the walls, but it's phenomenal. And I'm really excited what next year is going to bring and where we'll be this time next year, updating the board on the progress and achievements in DHCW. Going back to the point on connecting care and the essence and the mood music. We are working collectively with Welsh Government. We are being innovative in terms of how we maintain the level of investment that we're doing with Sam to keep going and keep developing. There are going to be decision points though, and we're working alongside Welsh Government to find out how best we deliver the pace at which we want to deliver with the funding envelope we've got, and we're working together on that. Thanks.
Diolch, Claire. Sam, I will save your blushes and having to comment on that. Just say thank you, and we'll move on to Rowan's question.
Thank you, Sam. I'm really impressed with how you do it. I'm also impressed with what you do. I question on SNOMED, because I'm actually very excited by the fact we're moving off something that is, you know, a little bit exotic in read to something that is more mainstream and standard as relates to SNOMED. And particularly because of the earlier comment from Ivan about being savvy about what suppliers are doing, because coding across our data gives greater opportunity for reuse and thinking about added value that we can build in with AI to support our primary care practice getting on top of prevention and prediction and improving perhaps patient safety. So what are the conversations that we're having with our primary care suppliers? Do you have any view as to what SNOMED might enable us to add on top of the transfer to the upgraded services?
Yeah, I think it's not going to come as a surprise that our suppliers for a long time have been saying, when are you moving to SNOMED? Because it does open up a lot of opportunities. I think one of the main things is that because it's the main tool for coding effectively across England. A lot of the development is driven because they're a bigger market than we are. And we've been really stymied for not being able to take on some of the so it's not even kind of blue sky type stuff. It's the fact that we haven't been able to take advantage of some of the things in, say, the community space. We're working across primary mental health and community. We haven't been able to take some of the advantages and some of the opportunities that are already there because we haven't been on SNOMED. And so just being able to go back and say, if we move, what does that open up is kind of the first thing for me. The other thing is, as I mentioned, about understanding the data in primary care across Wales has been really difficult. And one of the things that comes out strongly, and so Iridium would be able to talk way more about this than I can and Helen can, but is the fact that people have created their own kind of local codes for things. And that is really complicated. It's made things really hard to understand what we actually have, really understand that our almost our footprint in health in primary care, because they've just have sprung up and there's multiple versions of multiple things, all local, all to their own, you know, all to their kind of their own distinct flavour of how they've approached the read codes. So for me, I think that one of the first things would be to understand what opportunities there are out there because of the move to SNOMED that already exist. Then to look at how we want to work in Wales, which is this much more integrated. We're kind of terming the phrase at the moment in the strategic programme of primary care at scale. So, you know, instead of these really arbitrary lines between community and mental health, what does it just mean at the front door in care? And this should be, you know, we should be able to take opportunities from some of the tools that SNOMED will give us. But I think that that's where we really want to get to, is what's already there that we're not using and we haven't had the opportunity to use. That's going to be the first step for me. Got to get the change done first, obviously, and it is a big change for practices. So for us, it's the mechanics of it. But I'm sure Helen knows way more about coding than I do. So.
Oh, Sam, I'm really excited about it. And, you know, it's not just England. SNOMED is the de facto global standard for coding. It's the worldwide system. So delighted that Wales is now getting its self to being able to use all those additional capabilities. So well done. Thanks, Sam.
Thanks, Rowan. Thanks, Sam. Helen, do you want to come in now, or shall I go to Marilyn and Marion and you can come in at the end?
Okay.
That's all right. Marilyn?
Good morning. I just wanted to express, sorry, excuse me. I just wanted to express all the hard work that's been done around this. And I just wanted to ask about the mental health side of it, because you've talked about the digital tools in which to enhance that. We know there's lots of streams and all the services, but we know mental health is something that has actually increased quite dramatically since COVID. So it might be useful just to say how our role is going to enhance this. I know you've mentioned this, the digital tools that we're working on in conjunction with others around this. Yeah. No,
absolutely, Marilyn, and this we might want to catch up on this, because I know it's an area that you're really interested in. But so Welsh Government is making the move to have open access to mental health. So that is the real opportunity to have no wrong door. So wherever you come into the system, you'll get to see someone. So having and getting and not going away without something. So if you think about that, and you present at, say, your GP surgery, and there's potential that you have a mental health issue, you would normally be referred and you'd be sat on a waiting list somewhere. So one of the things that we're looking at the moment is, how do we make sure that people don't go away without anything? So part of that is what tools, what kind of self-care, what kind of self-managed digital tools could there be that someone goes away with something? So that's one of the things we're looking at in a digital world. The other thing is the rise of the AI therapist. They're fascinating, and again, I could go on for ages. But these therapists take visual cues from you. So just as we're on this board, it would be making an assessment of who we are and how we feel by how we're communicating on the screen, how we're sitting, where we're looking, the terminology we're using. And it would start to learn about you and learn about the patient. It has a clinician behind it that checks these interactions. But effectively, you almost get a buddy, a friend who is an AI therapist that you can talk to. And the beauty of that is that they are 24 hours a day, and they're always there when you need them, not when the phones get switched on at 9 o'clock in the morning. So And we're looking at some of that as well. We're looking at how we can work better with the NHS Wales app to help with those guided pathways in the mental health space. And we're also looking at when the changes come in for the mental health bill, the impact of that on the already very, very stretched practitioners is quite significant. There'll be a lot more opportunity for appeal and tribunal in some spaces, which is incredible workload. So how can we use AI potentially to help them with some of that workload? Something that we've had big discussions about, and we had a session on it last week. But also there's something that is it's basically almost a passport that you can have as a patient now, which will say, these are my choices. So it's an advanced choice document. As a mental health patient, the bill supports you having this this passport that you take with you, where you can say, I don't want this kind of treatment, or I don't want to be held in this way. And for that to be accessed by the clinicians and the people you come into contact with, the only way I can see that working is digitally. So, you know, we're going to have to think about how we design that so that there is a little digital piece of you that you take with you as a mental health patient that you can share with anyone you come into contact with, that knows what you really wish and what you really want to happen for you when you may be in a state where you can't speak for yourself. So I think these are really huge differences. They're very emotive. It's a topic really close to my heart, and more than happy for us to have that conversation offline and to go into it in more detail.
Well, thanks for that, Sam. I think it's really heartwarming to know that there's going to be more choice and more support for people, especially in this area. So I'm excited and definitely catch up with you over that. So thank you for that. Thanks for all the hard work.
Diolch. Marianne, yn Gymraeg?
I'll speak in English this time as we're discussing. I particularly wanted to thank you first, Sam, for such a really comprehensive report, and it's heartening to see so much progress in so many areas. My question is a point of clarification, really, I guess, about the dental access portal. You've referenced that it's been successfully completed and closed off, and that it's now moved into the implementation phase. I mean, really positive to hear how many patients, I think you said over 20,000 people, have now had access to an NHS dentist, which they wouldn't have had otherwise. But can you clarify, does this effectively mean now that the health boards are taking over the running of the dental access portal? And if the reforms are carried out, i.e. more flexibility in terms of movement, does that mean that the dental access portal can be salvaged and modified to take this service forward?
Yeah, thanks, Marion. They're really good questions. So we still run the dental access portal. So there's a bit of a cross piece of work between my team and Sam's team. So it sits in the Microsoft Centre of Excellence. It's a Microsoft product. So the reason we term it as closed is that it's now delivered and everyone is using it. But there are still developments we'd like to make. There's still enhancements to it. We are a product-led organisation, and we will continue to iterate to make it better. So that's still happening. What the portal allows you to do is it allows the health boards to go in and allocate people from it. So they are working with it all the time, but we actually run it, we manage it, we make sure that it stays safe and that it washes its face every day effectively. It's a good product that works for everybody. With the dental reforms, they won't replace DAP. They won't mean that DAP will become redundant. What it's likely to mean is that DAP will need to be more flexible. So there'll need to be more functionality built into the DAP platform. We would do that anyway. If something changes, we want to be able to flex. We've built it in a way that it can be modified and it can be changed. At the moment, the issue for us is that it has minimal funding. And so if you're going to make any big changes to something, it's going to cost. And even with all of the changes that we've made in how we approach product and how we're using, you know, reusable components for things, we still need people to do it. And we don't have that funding model yet that supports product-based delivery, where you fund teams, not things. And that would be a big change for us, is to get that team established and funded properly. And I say that looking at Sam, because between us, Sam and I have managed to scrimp and save and beg Claire to get this over the line. So that's what it's going to take, is some sustainable funding, and we just need to currently work through just how big the changes are going to be. But it will be DAP.
Thanks, Sam, for that clarity, and it appears to be a recurring theme here around the finance. Thank you.
Sadly.
Thank you. Last word goes to Helen. Diolch.
No, diolch, I'm conscious of time. I would just echo, really, we could spend all day on this. I think it's a cracking report to get into and underneath and explain all of the great work that's been going on, and just to bring to life the significant amount of change that we've seen across kind of primary community and mental health. There's still a huge amount to do across all of those areas, as Sam has kind of brought to life for us. But yeah, it's just heartening, isn't it, to see that focus actually in terms of us spending this time as a board actually getting underneath that. And it'll be good to get further updates of this vein, I think, as a board, to get into those discussions and maybe do some deep dives on some of them as part of our listening and learning sessions going forward. One of the areas for me to pick up, you would expect me to come in on the SNOMED piece, wouldn't you? Data and standards are close to my heart. It is, it's fantastic to see us finally moving into using SNOMED, which will give the capability to have a more granular understanding of what is going on in primary care. And it does align, as Rowan says, to international classifications. I think one of the challenges we've had is that systems that are architected and read like ICD-10 are classifications and lists of things, as opposed to an intelligent kind of ontology, which is what SNOMED is. So it kind of gives you the blueprint for designing your digital. SNOMED means that as a clinician using the system, you won't know that you're coding something. That's effectively what it's meant to mean, because it will translate your medical terms into the coding structure that's needed. So in that vein, so long as systems are well architected, it will give us the capability to have more granular data. One of the things to say in that space is our strategically moving forward is understanding, because we've got an ontology server that serves up SNOMED clinical terms to systems, and it does that in a, at that kind of architecture level. What we've got to do moving forward is work with our suppliers about how they can interact with that, so that we're not using their version and subset of SNOMED that may be out of date, so that we're actually using kind of one version of the ontology going forward. But it's fantastic to see that kind of shift go. It's taken a long time. I mean, you mentioned the WHC is 2015, and I've been involved in this from the very beginning. England haven't been that long ahead of us, or elsewhere. This is a challenging thing for suppliers to adopt, and it's far more, but it gives far more opportunity in terms of that kind of data read is last century, isn't it? So it's great for us to start shaking that off and actually using the tooling that we've got. It'll give us tremendous opportunity in the NDR space, though, in terms of the data that we will have and how we'll be able to translate that and use that once we get all of the data sharing kind of requirements in place. So it's great to see that, and just a great appreciation to Sam and the leadership that she's shown in this area. But there's a lot more to do, isn't it? And great that the board are so supportive of that. Thank you.
Thanks, Helen. Thanks, Sam. Yeah, echo the comments that everybody has made about that update. Thank you very much. Was really keen to get that on the agenda, and we need to think about how we devote even more time, I think, to some of these items in future. I'm going to go rogue and break now instead of after the next item. So we will take a 10-minute comfort break now, please. Back at 11:45. When we come back, I'll be handing over to Evan Evans, our Executive Director of Strategy, to present the Strategy Assurance Group report. Just remind people to turn off your cameras and microphones whilst you break. I'll see you soon. Thank you. We'll just wait for the last couple of people to sign back in, and then we will make a start. Okay, croeso nôl pawb. We will make a start now. Another couple of people still to join us, but no doubt they are coming in presently. Straight over, without any further ado, to Ifan Evans, Executive Director of Strategy, to present the Strategy Assurance Group report. Ifan.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Ruth. Na i geisio dal ar amser tipyn bach trwy fod yn gryno, yn hytrach na trwy siarad yn gyflym. Rwy'n siŵr bydd Nerys yn cyfieithydd yn ddiolchgar iawn am hynny. Mae gennau 5 pwynt a wedyn un crynodeb i orffen. Felly, yn gyntaf, dyma'r ail adroddiad oddi wrth y grŵp gwirio strategaeth. Mae'n adrodd ddwywaith y flwyddyn bob 6 mis, felly bydd yr adroddiad nesaf ym mis Ionawr nesaf. A wy'n teimlo bod y grŵp wedi gwneud cynnydd da ers iddo fe gael ei sefydlu dan arweiniad Bryn Harris. A mae'r adroddiadau yn rhoi mwy o sicrwydd i'r bwrdd a'r ble i ni gyda'n deunaw i strategaeth a i ni hefyd yn bod yn fwy agored ac yn fwy troloiw gyda'n rhanddeiliad a gyda'r cyhoedd ynglyn â strategaethau sydd gyda ni. A wy'n teimlo bod yna batrwm o waith i weld yn amlwg yn awr yn y grŵp strategaeth. Dwi eisiau diolch i'r aelodau o staff weddol uchel ar draws DHCW yn naturiol oherwydd mae gwaith strategol yw hyn sydd yn cyfrannu at y grŵp hynny. Felly Bryn sy'n arwain, ond mae yna gynrychiolaeth o draws y sefydliad i gyd. A'r peth olaf pwysleisio jyst yn y cyflwyniad yw bod mae'r grŵp yn pwysleisio yn edrych ar strategaethau sefydliadol DHCW, nid y strategaethau sydd o fewn bob rhaglen, ond ambell waith mae rhaglennau hefyd yn adeiladu rhywbeth sydd yn rhan o'r is-adeiledd, a'r enghraifft mwyaf amlwg o hwnna fydd yr NDR. Felly mae'r NDR yn rhaglen, ond mae'r NDR hefyd yn rhan o'r is-adeiledd data i ni'n adeiladu. Felly mae yna ambell i strategaeth sydd yn cael gorolwg trwy'r rhaglen a hefyd trwy'r grŵp yma. Felly fel wedes i, mae yna batrwm i'r gwaith nawr. Wy'n credu bod dros y cyfnod o'r 6 mis diwethaf, mae'r grŵp wedi edrych ar brosesau, patrwm gwaith, cylch gwaith, fel bod yna gysondeb, a wy'n credu bod hynna wedi setlo mewn yn dda a bod ni'n gallu gweld proses gyson, a mae proses yn rhan bwysig o lywodraethiant, bod pawb yn deall beth yw y gwaith, a gallu cymryd hyder bod y gwaith yna yn digwydd. Necessary, but not sufficient, fel maen nhw'n gweud yn Saesneg. Y cam nesaf, a un o pethau wy'n hapus iawn i weld yw'r gwaith o symleiddio sydd yn mynd yn ei flaen. Mae yna nifer fawr o strategaethau gyda ni, fel mae gyda ni nifer fawr o bolisïau. Ni'n ceisio cadw rheolaeth ar hynny, a un o'r ffyrdd i ni'n gwneud hynny yw trwy'r grŵp yma ceisio cyfuno strategaethau fel bod ni'n lleihau y nifer a bod ni'n gallu fod tipyn bach yn fwy siarp. Fedrwch chi weld hynny yn yr adroddiad yn y ffordd yma, y strategaeth pobl yn mynd i gyfuno y strategaeth pobl a'r strategaeth adnoddau a'r strategaeth recrwtio, dod â nhw at ei gilydd mewn i un dogfen fel bod ni'n cael un yn hytrach na 3. Dyw hwnna ddim yn meddwl bod llai o sylw strategol i'r gwaith hynny, ond mae hynna'n meddwl bod ni'n symleiddio'r ffordd i ni'n gwneud pethau a gwneud pethau yn fwy siarp ac yn fwy clir. Felly mae hwnna i'w groesawu. Mae 3 adroddiad yn y papur sydd gyda'r bron heddiw. Un ar diweddariad ar ansawdd, un ar ddogfennau wedi'i rheoli, a y trydydd ar dadansoddi cymhleth sydd yn rhan o'r gwaith i ni'n gwneud o fewn yr NDR. Mae yna linciau trwy'r dogfennau hynny. Dwi'n mynd i fynd trwy bob un yn unigol, maen nhw'n rhaid ddarllen. A wy'n croesawu unrhyw gwestiynau i fi neu i gyd-gyfarwyddwyr i fedru ateb yn ei erbyn. A wedyn, y rhan olaf o'r papur yw edrych ymlaen at beth sydd yn y cylch gwaith nesaf dros y 6 mis, a pa strategaethau sydd i'w diweddaru, neu sydd yn dod i derfyn, neu rhai sydd yn cael ei datblygu ar hyn o bryd. Felly mae yna 4 yn cael ei adnabod fyna. Strategaeth ansawdd, y strategaeth perfformiad, strategaeth data mewnol, DHCW, felly nid y strategaeth data ar gyfer yr NHS yn ei gyfanrwydd, sydd yn rhan o'r rhaglen endio, ond y strategaeth am sut i ni'n defnyddio data tu fewn i DHCW, ein data sefydliadol ni ar staff a cyllid a nifer o bethau eraill, sut i ni'n ymdrin â hynny yn arbennig yng nghyswllt offer AI a technoleg a nifer o bethau eraill newydd fedrwn ni gwneud, ac yn olaf diweddariad neu refresh am y strategaeth pobl. Felly wy'n credu bod y papur yn glir ac yn gryno, wy'n gobeithio bod wedi bod yn defnyddiol i bobl ddarllen e. Does na ddim byd i'w godi at sylw'r bwrdd, ond fel sylw i gau, wi jyst eisiau sôn am ambell i brif thema, gan feddwl am sut mae'r pethau yma'n gweithio yn ymarferol yn y byd go iawn. Mae'n hawdd ysgrifennu pethau ar ddogfennau. Wy'n gyfarwyddwr strategol, wy'n gyfarwydd iawn â ysgrifennu ddogfennau, a wy'n credu mai un o'r pethau i ni eisiau gwneud trwy'r broses yma, drwy edrych ymlaen yn thematig, yw ceisio cyfyngu ar nifer o strategaethau sydd gyda ni. Mae'n haws sgwennu dogfen, a mae'n mynd yn haws i sgwennu dogfen. Fedrwch chi ofyn i co-pilot, ysgrifennwch, ac o'ch chi'n neud yn Gymraeg, ysgrifennwch strategaeth ar gyfer hyn a'r llall. A cyn bod chi wedi gwneud paned o goffi eich hunain, mae gyda chi dogfen 10-15 tudalen sydd yn strategaeth. A felly wy'n credu bod angen i ni fod yn ymwybodol iawn o beidio just cynhyrchu mwy a mwy o ddogfennau. Yr ail beth yw bod ni'n mynd yn haws i sgwennu dogfennau hirach, achos bod yr holl offer a teclen yma sy'n gwneud i'n haws i ysgrifennu dogfennau hirach. Ond mae dogfennau hir, cymleth, yn rhoi anodd iawn i'w trinau trafod. Felly dwi eisiau, wrth bod ni'n mynd trwy'r cylch o strategaethau, bod ni'n canolbwyntio, cadw nhw'n gryno, cadw nhw'n glir, cadw nhw'n fyw un staff. Mwyn osgoi, bobl yn dweud, co-pilot, please summarise this document for me. Byddai'n well da fi bod ni'n gallu gwneud hynny'n hunain fel bod gyda ni ddogfennau clir a cryf, addas at bwrpas. A wedyn yn olaf, y peth mwyaf pwysig yw bod ni'n gallu olrhain yn glir sut i ni'n cyflawni yn erbyn y strategaethau. Yn ymhrofiad i o weithio yn y sector gyhoeddus, a wi wedi sgrennu sawl strategaeth fy hun, lle lansio'r ddogfen yw'r peth mawr, a wedyn mae colli golwg o gyflawniad yn erbyn y strategaeth hynny. Mae hynna'n hawdd i'w wneud, achos mae pethau'n datblygu ac yn mynd ymlaen o gwmpas y strategaethau hyn. Fi'n credu bod ein strategaeth perfformiad, byddwch chi'n cael adroddiad ar hwnnw dros y 6 mis nesaf. Mae strategaeth perfformiad yn bwysig iawn fan hyn. Mae gwaith agos rhwng tîm Clare, tîm strategaeth, tîm ar draws y sefydliad. Sut i ni'n cael ein mesurau perfformiad i weithio yn effeithiol fel bod ni'n gallu olrhain y cynnydd i ni'n gwneud yn erbyn y strategaethau. Felly, jyst dim byd i'w esgyn i'r bwrdd, dwi ddim yn codi unrhyw beth fel risg ffurfiol, just fel rhywbeth yn edrych ymlaen dros y 6 mis nesaf, ceisio cyfyngu ar y nifer, ceisio cadw'n strategaethau yn glir ac yn gryno ac yn syml, lle fedrwn ni, a wedyn bod yn dryloyw ynglyn â sut i ni'n adrodd yn erbyn strategaethau'r cynnydd i ni'n gwneud, achos mae strategaethau pwrpas nhw i'w gyrru newid neu gwelliant yn ein sefydliad. Felly, gobeithio bod hwnna'n ddefnyddiol fel crynodeb, os oes yna unrhyw gwestiynau byddai'n hapus iawn i gymryd rheina, neu i'w dargyfeirio nhw i fy cyd-gyfarwyddwyr. Diolch.
Diolch yn fawr, Ifan. I think we've spoken previously about the importance of this work, bringing clarity to some of the strategies that we've got. You've given away all your co-pilot secrets now, though, so we'll look out for that one. But it's critical for us as a board, particularly, to be able to understand and explain how our strategies interact with each other, work together, and that we've got a clear line of sight across that through to delivery. And this is one of the key pillars for us to be able to do that. So, diolch, it's a significant amount of work. I think we've just got one comment from David before we move on. Diolch, David.
Thanks, Ruth. Thanks, Evan. Evan, going through it, I was just wondering where the benefits realization framework that we've been working on either informs the strategies, or I don't think it's a sub-strategy. I don't want to add more documents to your long list, but it is an important piece of work, and I'm just wondering whether that gets picked up in the performance strategy that you mentioned or somewhere else.
Yeah, so Claire and I are working with this. It's linked to finance, and it's also linked to the portfolio management office. I think a framework and a structured approach to benefits management end to end, from program design through to program closure and beyond program closure, I think is an embedded part of the portfolio management office. Whether we need a strategy to describe how we're going to set that up or not, I think is a wider question. I think what we will see is that the benefits as a concept closely linked to value will emerge A, in the performance strategy, and B, in the commercial and social value strategy, both of which describe our engagement with this wider area. I think the risk is to try to, coming back to the comments that I was making about it's relatively easy to write a document setting out a strategy of what you wish to have in hand. that there are some things that should be embedded as part of our business as usual, as part of professional discipline around portfolio management, for example. I think we're very conscious of that, and we've discussed that at the board, haven't we? And and members will know how keen we are to be able to better describe and to capture and to report the benefits that we realise through an end-to-end benefits management approach, which is not exclusive to programs because it hits all of our live services as well. But the portfolio management office, I think, is a really key part of that work.
Thanks.
Thank you, diolch, Ivan. We've been asked to note the report, so the board notes the report. For our next two items, I'm handing over to our Director of People and Organisational Development, Sam Morgan. First of all, she's going to share with us the NHS staff survey results, which is a report we're being asked to receive for assurance. And then we'll move on to discussion on the People and Culture report. So handing over to you, Sam. Diolch.
Thank you, Chair. Diolch. So the paper in your pack provides an update on the 2024 staff survey results for DHCW. And I know some of this content has been shared with board before, but I would like to take the opportunity just to set the context. So this particular paper sits within the context of a commitment to people first and underpins the delivery of building our future work, which you'll hear more about as we go through today. So I wanted to pull out a few points, if I may. So just to remind people that we had the second highest rate response across the NHS in Wales, and I'm really proud of that result. So I think that really says something about our people and the fact that they want to use their voice and help shape the culture of DHCW as we move forward. So that is really positive from my perspective. Our overall engagement fell slightly from 80% to 76%, but that was the case in terms of 10 of the 14 NHS Wales organisations. They also saw a decline in engagement levels. And I guess that's not surprising given all of the pressure that people are feeling across the system as we work in challenging times, as we've done for quite a while now in the health system. So it's really important to us that we act on the results that we've heard, that we really take note and we demonstrate to our colleagues that we are listening and that we are using their feedback to really improve and work on the opportunities that they have been sharing with us. Helen spoke previously about the sessions that we've been doing out and about across all of our sites in Wales, and that's been really well received. So people have told us how valuable they felt those sessions have been, and they've been incredibly open, honest. It's been very engaging in terms of the sessions, and what our intention is to do more of this, to be more visible and to get out in front of people and to really do that listening and learning piece and do that well. So we have seen in terms of the survey results that, the staff sessions that we had with people out and about reinforced what came through the staff survey. So I don't think there were any surprises in what we heard from people on a face-to-face basis. So we've seen continued strength in areas such as flexible working. We know that our colleagues really value that. We have been commended for compassionate leadership and collaboration. People are starting to see that ticking up as well now. And we've made good progress in patient safety. And we've also, through our staff survey results, seen some positive shifts in engagement levels amongst underrepresented groups as well. And that was really encouraging, because that tells me that some of the work that we're doing around our ED&I is actually having impact. So that's really important for me to see that coming through. But you know, the reality is there are still challenges. We heard loud and clear feedback around burnout. We heard that people have lots to do, many competing challenges. So we've seen an increase in that. And again, that is being represented across the wider system. So it's not unique to DHCW, but it is something as workforce directors, we are really looking at how do we shift the dial on that in challenging times. And calls for stronger leadership visibility as well, and development opportunities. So they were the kind of key themes coming out that I just wanted to highlight. So in terms of how we've been responding to this, and to provide assurance to board that, you know, we are absolutely listening, learning and acting, the most important bit, on what people are telling us. We have been sharing very transparently all of these results. We have been having focus group sessions within each of the directorate areas. And our people and OD team have been outstanding in this sense, in that they've been supporting line managers to understand the data, and then to come up with action plans that are local and specific to their particular areas. So what we're looking to do is to really create that ownership of culture, of engagement at a local level, whilst also continuing to put interventions in at a national level as well, and at a DHCW level across the organisation. So I think the response that we've had has been really good. As I said, we've got targeted plans now that I'd like to be able to report on in future sessions as they take momentum. And you can also see that there's a plan in the paper as well in terms of the next steps around how we plan to reduce any gaps and strengthen our work in this place. So in summary, that there are challenges to work through, but it's a really good set of results on the whole. And I think there is now starting to be a real sense of momentum and ownership and commitment to really working on the areas that staff have told us are important to them. And I just wanted to take a moment, Chair, if I may, just to acknowledge the people in OD team in this work. They've been really committed. There's lots of analysis that goes on behind the scenes, lots of time spent supporting directorates on facilitation. And, you know, the outcome of that are really good plans that are in place that people are now working on and owning and starting to deliver within their local areas. So I'm going to pause there and ask if there are any questions.
Thank you, Sam. I think that's really helpful. And, you know, I'm always pleased to see a high response rate, because I'm always a lot more concerned if people aren't prepared to tell us what they think. If people are prepared to tell us the things they think need improving that would make them happier in their jobs, more effective and a better place to work, then fantastic, we can do something about it. So really pleased to see people engaging. Thank you. And also on that staff engagement piece, very pleased to see that Andrew Fletcher is first in the queue to talk to us about the survey results. Thanks, Andrew.
Great. Yes, another question, because obviously I'm aware of everything that's going on in that piece, but just a bit of a nod really towards some of the work that's being undertaken and how useful it is that it's being discussed at such a local level, as in a directorate level, team level. Yeah, there's a lot of quite interesting things come out of there that are being looked at, and staff can be assured that they are being taken very seriously and being explored in more detail. So that's all it was for me, just to acknowledge, just a nod to that, because I've been quite heavily involved myself. So
thanks, Andrew. Alistair.
Yes, thank you, and it's really good, Sam. These are our people. This is our organisation. So the feedback and the information you provide to us as a board is so important, and it's much more than just a report. This is really just a really clear shot of how our staff see their work and the organisation. So there's an awful lot that's encouraging in it, and thank you for feeding that back. There's clearly never any end to the workload in that regard, because there's always something to do. You mentioned burnout, and given how much effort we put into ensuring that our staff have the right balance between work and and their private lives, and that we really make every effort to ensure that that is the case and that we have a really culture. Can you just give some indication as to what level burnout is and why that might occur, given the amount of effort we put into this, Sam?
Yes, thanks, Alistair. That's a really good question, and it has increased. Our staff survey results tell us that it's increased by 3.9% since last year. So there has been an increase, but as I said, that's quite typical across the wider system. So we are all experiencing that level of additional feeling of burnout. I think in terms of our response to that, so that the local plans, what I've seen coming through, and I'm really encouraged by, are people starting to talk about protecting lunch hours. I know that it's a really simple thing to do. I think as leaders and managers, we need to role model that. We need to take regular breaks, as our chair has been role modeling today. I think that is really important that we do role model that. So it's great to see those kinds of things coming through in the local action plans. I think we are looking at who's attending what meetings. So just to give you an example from people in OD, we're doing a review of all the meetings, and have we got multiple people attending meetings? What value are they bringing or taking from the meeting? Just to make sure that we are utilising people's time in the right way. We're also trying to streamline our processes as well, Alistair. And an example of that is around the way that we recruit. Really complex process. It takes a lot of time, takes a heck of a lot of time. So we try wherever we can see the opportunities based on feedback that we've had from staff. We are trying to make things much more efficient and effective. That there is so much to go at in this space, and we're trying to deal with the things that take the most time away from the value-added work as we can by making things more efficient. But it will be ongoing, the work in this space. So to answer your question, I think role modeling is really important. There are very simple things that we can do to make sure that people do take time to have breaks and to finish on time. I think we have high expectations as an organisation, and that is quite right, that we do have those high expectations. We are serving the Welsh public, and it is public money, so we need to make sure that we spend our time wisely and we deliver value through that. So that's the lens that we're looking through, but absolutely putting well-being at the heart of what we're doing.
Thanks, Sam.
Colleagues might be able to give other examples of work that they're doing locally on that. I don't know whether anybody else wants to come in.
Is there a correlation, Sam, between more return into the office and more of a feeling of burnout? Because I'm conscious that 100% remote working can often cover up sickness, absence reporting, all those feelings of burnout. It's summer holidays. I rolled on out of bed at 8:30 this morning. If I'd have had to come into the office, I may not be feeling as perky as I do now, so might feel differently. So is there a correlation as we go through that adjustment? Because the benefits of being together more may be slower to come through than people feeling like there's more of an adjustment period in coming in, and the travel and everything that's associated with being back in the office more.
I think that's a really interesting question, Ruth. And when I look at my CIPD data that's coming through and research that is going on in this place, it is quite contradictory, so that there's different views coming from different places on that subject. I think if we collectively think about when we're in the office, I think we feel a lot more connected, and that sense of belonging, and that provides good well-being, doesn't it? It really does. But we're also, I think nearly all of us have been in the office every day this week, and I think for those of us who live quite a distance away, that does take those extra hours to come in the car and sit in traffic and all of those kinds of things. So it is an interesting question, and I don't have the answer to that, and there is a lot of research going on in this space. But definitely being in the office does create a better sense of well-being, I would say. Does it help with the burnout? I'm not sure at this point in time. The research isn't telling us that. The lack of burnout will come from different ways of managing workloads, I would say. rather than where you are doing that work.
And it's about getting the balance right, isn't it?
Yes.
I think.
Yeah.
Okay. Diolch, thank you. David.
Thanks, Ruth. Thanks, Sam. Sam, I'm going to ask a question about burnout as well, because it concerned me that it's gone up a bit. I just wonder whether some of the analysis the team have been doing to look at the responses, whether there's any correlation with staff shortage in some areas as a possible reason, or we've got some projects that are under pressure at the moment, whether that's partly a reason. So I just wondered if there was any more insight you could share. And the second question I wanted to touch on was the intent to have stronger leadership visibility, which I would applaud. But I also struggle a bit with that one when we've got a flexible working arrangement and staff are working from home. So how are we going to try and tackle that one is my question.
So on the staff shortages and burnout, I think we have had feedback around we're carrying vacancies and that there's a lot of work going on in the role. I think it's compounded because of the amount of change that's going on within the organisation, David. And as you'll be aware, under the building our future work, we are remodelling lots of the areas in terms of structures, and that takes time. So we will be carrying roles, vacancies, whilst we go through that process. So I think that isn't probably helping. We've made lots of changes in terms of how we support and enable people through that change process and how we try and speed up that change process. So I think that is helping. But the fact that we're going through organisation change and we will be carrying vacancies, I think that adds something different again in terms of burnout, because it is a lot of additional work to do this level of change across an organisation. So I would hope that as we keep on progressing and populating the new operating model, that we will move away from such, increased levels of burnout. I would hope that we see them start to decrease. And then your second question, which was around leadership visibility, when lots of us are still working remotely, that is a challenge. And I think, and we have been saying that, we have been feeding that back to the organisation. But I think when we're on site and, we're thinking about where we place ourselves when we are in different sites as well, is making sure that we do a walk around. And yes, I know colleagues would say, we do walk around and sometimes there's not many people in the offices to see us. But what we're trying to do though is to bring people into the office and connect them around work. So lots of collaborative work that is very visible to other people. And then that starts to become quite infectious, I think, in terms of people seeing that, enjoying it, and then wanting to do more of it. And we had lots of that feedback when Helen and I went out to the sites. Lots of people saying to us that they really enjoy coming in and working together, but it's not coming in and sitting on a screen all day. So it's that human interaction, that being together and working on something purposeful that is driving that engagement. So the more as leaders that we can, I think, generate those opportunities for people to do that, I think we can be more visible in that as well then.
And I think, Sam, is there something about the success of the hybrid nature of the staff conference and the engagement levels that we had around that? I think, you can successfully do things in a hybrid environment that, large numbers of people will engage with. So I think it's the opportunities to do that. We've shown that actually it feels to me like we're good at doing those. Whether we do things frequently enough or around the right subjects, I think all of that we can talk about, can't we? But I think we have got some evidence to show that we can work in that hybrid way and deliver that kind of engagement with our people. So hopefully that kind of stuff will continue. Claire.
So Sam reached out and said, so what are we doing about burnout? Can we give you some few examples? So following the staff survey, as a directorate lead, we came together as a senior leadership team. We also brought the whole team together. And some of our observations around burnout were about better planning. We do get a lot of unplanned activities, and we have seen quite a number of those over, particularly since we went in escalation. So what we've tried to do is think about how we respond to those and how we can respond to those in actually things that we're already doing anyway, and not see it as an additional activity, see it as an integrated one. The other one that we came up with is that because of the very nature of some of our jobs, there are peaks and troughs and there are deadlines, and it's really about how do we plan those in and also plan our holidays as a team so that enables everybody to have a real quality break and come back refreshed, as some of us are actually just come back from leave, and therefore have a better work-life balance. The other challenging bit, and we haven't cracked this one, if I'm honest, is to finish at 5, where we're contractually finishing at 5 and log out. I think a lot of us are finding that more challenging, I think, and that says something about the way we work. So I think in answer to the challenges around, how do we address the workload and the sense of burnout, I think it's understanding the causes of that burnout and how much of that we can avoid. And it's also about then how do we enable people to take quality time off and actually finish at 5 and feel they can let go and get on with their family lives. So those are some of the practical applications that through Sam and the team we've been digging into and getting some principles agreed with the team to see if we can shift that dial a bit and get a better work-life balance within the team. But it's not without its challenges, I would say. We're not there yet, but we're working together to try and get there.
Thanks, Claire. Clearly at Bwrdd, one of the main ways we're trying to be more efficient and save time is by everybody having the same name. So we're just going to move on to Sam and Sam for their comments. But I would ask you to keep them brief, please, because I am conscious of time. Deal. Yeah. Sam Hall, first up.
Thank you, Chair. So just a little bit to expand on something that David said. So I've got staff on all sites. So I've got teams pretty much everywhere around Wales. And so we've made a commitment. We go up to Mold quarterly, we go to Mamilid, and we go to Swansea, and we try and meet people as much as we can. We put when we're there, we put a day in, and my SLT will go and we'll put in team time in that where we just literally do show and tells and question and answer sessions. We generally have a real good chat about how life is in those, because we don't see that. It's also compounded in my area particularly with the GP migrations. I mean, a lot of my team are out and about. And so, they're trying to balance home life, being out and about in GP surgeries, and then coming in and attending the office as well. So we're having to really treat that very, on that case-by-case basis where we can say to someone, you've been in GP surgery 3 days this week. Don't come into the office, actually. That's fine. You're out there, you're working. You don't need to, don't put that extra pressure on yourself. But I think you might have hit the nail on the head, Ruth, when you said you could rock out of bed a bit later this morning. What happened during COVID was people rocked out of bed early in the morning, they logged on. And then their day expanded into the evening because they were just sat there. And what's happened now is the work has expanded into those hours. And it's almost become ordinary. Add on to that an hour in the morning to get into the office and an hour to get home after the day. Take that time away from people. And then I have people saying, I can only catch up on the weekend now because I was stuck in traffic for an hour. So we're trying to, having to be really compassionate about that because it wasn't their fault the work expanded, but it is in their control a little bit to get it back. And I'm in one of those with the kind of physician here yourself because I'm rubbish at doing that. And I allow stuff to take over. But we're trying to have those really sensible conversations with teams and say, you don't have to be online at all hours. Call it a day when the day comes, and we just have to try and fit our work time back into the hours that it needs to be fitted into, and not let it just seep around the edges. I'll just check Teams. I'll just log on to see if that email's come back. Sometimes you've just got to say no. And yeah, we do absolutely have to role model that. So completely echo Sam's points on that. We've got to be better at it.
Diolch, Sam. Sam Lloyd.
Thanks, Ruth. So in operations, there's been a lot of delivery demand and pressure over the last year, which I think is driving a lot of the increase in burnout statistics. I mean, we're working really hard, particularly on the leadership visibility thing. So on the back of the staff survey, we've now put a program in place of round tables where the leadership team goes out and spends time with individual teams and listens to the things that they're concerned about. We're doing our next town hall in person in the new Digital Futures Lounge as well. But I think in addition to those sort of more leadership focused things, there are really practical things that we can do as well. So we're looking at tooling, so giving people the right tools to do their jobs, in a more straightforward manner is really important. Helping people prioritize their work is really important as well. So, we're trying to put frameworks in place which make it easier to work out what is really important to focus on. Organizational structures as well, that's really important. Where do responsibilities lie? Having the right structures in place to make it clear who is accountable for doing what is another big thing that we've focused on as well. Those things take a little time to take effect, but I hope and expect over the next year or so that they will start to.
Thanks, Sam. Rhydian.
Thanks, Ruth. So don't really want to sound controversial, but I'm going to raise the productivity paradox across the NHS. We have more people, but we are not delivering perhaps what we were delivering pre-COVID. My view would be that we need less of teams and more of team working. And one of the things about the enablement of the technology, particularly Teams, is your diary can be filled up with meetings which on many occasions don't have an objective set at the beginning and don't have a vision of what the desired outcome is, and therefore, but we've had a meeting. And I think my comment would be, we could work smarter and we should enable our staff to take control of those meetings in a way that they deliver. Thanks.
Thanks, Rhydian. I think it's a really valid point, and the other thing that drives me absolutely nuts is when you go into the office for a working day and everybody's sat there on a Teams meeting. That's not a productive way to work, is it? So we just need to get better at how we use the technology and how we plan our time, I think, around some of those things. Ivan.
Yeah, just briefly, I think this is a really important discussion. I know lots of our teams watch the SHA board, and I'm enormously proud of the work that teams do, whether they're working from home, whether they're in the office, and people have got preferences in different ways. And we are absolutely a hybrid organization. We're going to continue to be a hybrid organization in terms of the way that we work. We're also a hybrid organization in the sense of, or at least this is my take, we're kind of half NHS and we're half software engineering or software development. So the NHS is working on site. If you're a nurse, you're a doctor, you're in a hospital, and you've got to get there. And let's not even get started on parking on hospital sites, right? And how long you've got to drive around those. So we've got to be conscious that those are our stakeholders, those are our partners, those are our users, those are our delivery partners. But at the same time, we recruit from software development industries that actually are extremely familiar with working remotely and working over video in dispersed teams, sometimes geographically, even before COVID. So I think it's part of our strategic and our management leadership challenge about how we navigate this in an appropriate way. So we will continue to work hybrid, but we're also a hybrid organization in terms of our character and culture. And we speak to both those audiences because we recruit from an industry that actually does work very dispersed, but we work with stakeholders who are overwhelmingly on site every day and struggling with the commute and with everything else. And we will, you heard Sam and the research that she's looking at. There are a lot of organizations that are trying to work through this. And I think it's really important that we maintain all of our, a lot of our leadership attention on this to get it right for our people, but also that we're calibrated to what's happening in the world around us, both the digital industry and the healthcare sector.
Thanks, Ivan. Rowan, very briefly, and then I have to move us on. Diolch.
Thanks, Ruth. I'm just reflecting really. We've heard from reports already today where we are doing projects where there isn't necessarily funding for them. That is going to creep into stretching our proverbial organizational knicker elastic. And I think we've just got to watch, you know, between wanting to go as fast as we can and making sure we preserve the capability of our talents. Ridian, you've called me out in board development meetings when I say, well, you know, do we have a meeting to do that? You say we've got lots of meetings. So one out and one in if we think we need, you know, a new flight of meetings. Where is that conversation not already happening? And I'm a real fan of crackerjack. You know, at least once a week on a Friday at 5 o'clock, crackerjack. It's time to go. So, you know, even if we can just do it once a week, enforce the 5 o'clock, I think that has benefit.
Diolch, Rowan. I think a generational comment there regarding a crackerjack that some of us may or
For
may
the
not have
younger
watched.
audience, they
For
can
the young,
ask grandma.
for the younger audience, yeah, it leave on a Friday. That's good. 5 o'clock. Let's go. Thank you. I think it was a really important discussion, and I think it nicely does lead into actually our conversation around the people and culture report, which is next. But just for the sake of formality, we have been asked to receive that report for assurance, so we have done that. Diolch. Next up, as I say, it's people and culture report. This is the first report of its kind that has been introduced to provide a strategic update on the people and culture programme, and is structured around our 5 big people priorities and guiding principles to provide clear oversight of progress, impact and areas of focus. It feels like, Sam, we've probably discussed quite a number of those areas in this last discussion. So what I would ask is if you could just briefly highlight the report for us and anything else that you wanted to bring out. And then my sense is probably the discussion we've just had covers a lot of the themes that we would have had in this next part of the discussion, but I'll leave you to guide us through that. Diolch.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, I agree. Much of the discussion has covered lots of this next report. So it is the first of its kind, and I would welcome feedback and understanding in terms of how you have felt navigating this report. There's a lot of information in there, and my intention would be to supplement this with deep dives at future board meetings. So some of the things that we haven't talked about that I'm particularly proud of, we in People and OD have gone through quite a significant transformation in terms of change. So while supporting the organisation, we've also been doing our own organisation change programme, and we've developed, co-designed and developed together an operating model, which I think sets us up really well for the future and enables us to deliver what the organisation needs. And I just wanted to say thank you to trade union colleagues as well. We've done this in partnership, so we've taken feedback from our customers. Our trade union partners have also worked with us on this, and it's very much aligned to our strategic plan and our people plan as well. So really excited about this now being a framework that we can start to really deliver more through. So just to bring out the work that we're doing around the digital and data profession. So lots of work going on around this. We see ourselves as a system leader in this space, and what we are setting the foundations in place for is developing the digital profession on an all Wales basis. So there have been many conversations that have taken place more recently around what does that look like in the eyes of others to start co-designing that. And we're also locally doing lots around mapping our job descriptions to the government framework to ensure that we've got consistent job descriptions that allow us to do career planning from. So we're doing lots locally that our intention is to spread and scale at a later date once we've got the engagement of the wider system. So really excited about that work and the difference that it will bring for the future. We're also looking at strengthening our leadership development, so doing lots of work on HIW's competency framework. There's lots of change going on there as well, so we're looking to align with that and dovetail into it, but recognising that our leaders have the greatest reach and actually have the greatest impact in terms of the culture that we want to create. So we're investing in our leadership development.
Thank you, Sam, or have we just lost Sam?
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, you just, I wasn't sure whether you had finished or whether you'd frozen. I think you froze. So.
I froze. Where did I get to, Ruth?
Leadership development.
Leadership development, yes. So investing significantly in that, recognising leaders have the greatest reach. And if you were a fly on the wall in our organisation at this point in time, in nearly every meeting, we're talking about culture, the way that we show up, the way that we work together in DHCW and across the wider system as well. And that's really important to us. So we've been doing lots of work around our values and behaviours, and we will continue to do that. And all of the feedback that we've had from the staff survey and the sessions that Helen and I have run are feeding into a culture roadmap. So we'll have a plan on how we further strengthen our culture across DHCW, which again, I'd like to come back and talk to you about. We haven't talked about strategic workforce planning. That is part of developing the profession. And whilst we are looking to strengthen that locally, I think it's really important that we have visibility across the wider system if we're truly going to be agile and we're going to develop the profession. I think that's something that's really important. And then how we are supporting the organisation through change. Lots of focus going on helping people to manage change, to think about their role with leaning into change, and then to put the processes in place that enable that to be done as efficiently and as effectively as possible. So I'll pause there because we have covered a lot, and I know we are working to a timetable, but I'm very excited about the work that we do in this space, and it's partnership work, it's co-design, and it's about really ensuring that everybody across the organisation sees this as their work, because this is the most important work. Our people will deliver the results for us, and we need to create the conditions for them to thrive. So I'm going to pause there, Chair.
Thanks, Sam. I mean, I think it's really important for us as a board to see this report and to see the deep dives. And I think, you know, a lot of work has been done over the past years to get us to this point. But to have that clarity and that oversight for us in terms of the deep dives that you'll be bringing back, I think is really important for us to better understand the organisation and how changes are impacting on our people, and what we can hear as board members is really important. So deal, Sam. I will go to Helen and then I will move on. Thank you.
Yeah,
Helen.
no, I'm conscious of time, so just a quick comment really. I think, you know, you hear me saying, well, the organisation is our people, and it's our people who deliver for the people out in the NHS and for the people of Wales. So I think I just commend Sam really on the approach that's been taken in this space since she's come into post, in terms of the co-production approach to the design of how we're going to move forward with the people in OD strategically, and the culture work really, and to see it as not a job that we do, but it is just part of the fabric of the organisation. So it's really good to unpack what that means, and you can see the scale of activity. There's a lot in this space, and just a thank you to the people in OD team who've had, when we talk about burnout earlier, actually they've had a huge amount to deal with when you think about the kind of day-to-day operational HR work alongside all of the culture, leadership development work that needs to happen. So yeah, it's great to see this brought to life, and just to thank Sam and the team for that.
Thanks, Helen. Thanks, Sam. Look forward to seeing the deep dives as they come through onto our agenda. Deal. Moving swiftly on into new topic area for us, national target architecture. Ivan, update on the national target architecture work, which is now regularly coming to board because of the key importance of this work strand. Over to you.
Gret, diolch yn fawr iawn, Ruth. Fel bydd aelodau ar bwrdd yn gwybod, mae hwn yn waith sydd wedi cael ei gomisiynu oddi wrth DHCW arwain ar draws NHS Cymru, felly mae yna brosiect sy'n cael ei arwain gen ni, sy'n gweithio gyda'r holl sefydliadau. Wy'n credu bod e'n waith cyffroes iawn, a bod e'n gyfle arbennig amrysiadwy bron i fedru cynllunio beth i ni eisiau i'r bensaerniaeth edrych fel ar draws Cymru gyfan. Does dim llawer o systemau byddai'n medru gwneud hynny, na sy'n cael y cyfle i wneud hynny gyda seilbendydd y Llywodraeth ac awdurdod y Llywodraeth di cefn i'r gwaith. Felly, credu bod e'n waith pwysig a mae fe'n waith cyffroes iawn. Pwrpas y gwaith ar gyfer bensaerniaeth darged yw cyflawni yn bennaf gwaith technegol, neu yn gyntaf o leiaf gwaith technegol, sef asesiad o gyflwr presennol yr holl systemau sy'n cael eu defnyddio ar draws yr NHS yn Cymru, a mapio rheina i gyd mewn i un offeryn neu arf o'r enw ardoc, fel bod pawb yn asesu i pensaerniaeth nhw yn yr un ffordd yn defnyddio yr un fframwaith a'r un categorïau a nifer o bethau eraill. Wedi gwneud hynny, neu wrth ochr gwneud hynny, mi fyddwn ni yn cyd-gynllunio, hynny yw DHCW a'r Bwrdd Iechyd a'r ymddiriedolaethau bob sefydliad, yn cyd-gynllunio cyflwr targed ble ni eisiau bod, a wedyn yr opsiynau a'r llwybr sy'n mynd i gymryd ni o ble ydyn ni i ble ni eisiau cyrraedd. A pan bydd y gwaith technegol hynny wedi cael ei gyflawni, mi fyddwn ni wedyn yn mynd ymlaen fel ail ran o'r prosiect eleni i lunio cynllun buddsoddi strategol bydd yn amlinellu yr arian y buddsoddi a'r drefn a'r opsiynau o ran symud o ble ydyn ni i ble i ni eisiau bod. Felly mae yna lot fawr o waith yn hynny. Wyt adrodd ar y cynnydd yn gyntaf, felly mae'r llywodraethiant sydd gyda ni bwrdd prosiect yn gweithio'n effeithiol. Wedi cyfarfod ddwywaith fi sy'n gadeirio'r bwrdd hynny. Mae cynrychiolaeth o bob sefydliad. Mae'r sefydliadau wedi bod yn dod i'r cyfarfodydd bwrdd hynny, a ni wedi bod yn cael trafodaethau adeiladol iawn. Ni hefyd wedi bod yn diweddaru ein prif randdeiliad, sef sefydliadau iechyd i gyd trwy y grŵp arwain cyfarwyddwyr digidol, a hefyd trwy yn adrodd ni i'r Llywodraeth yn reolaidd a lan i grwpiau arwain amrywiol ar draws yr NHS yn Cymru. Felly, mae digon o olwg i hynny. A mae y cyflenwr hefyd yn gweithio yn effeithiol. Channel 3 a Airlogic yw'r bartneriaeth sydd yn cefnogi ni ar y gwaith technegol, a mae hynny hefyd yn mynd yn ei flaen. Wysad diolch i'r holl bartneriaid am y gwaith sydd wedi cael ei gwneud. Mae'r gwaith yma yn symud yn gyflym iawn. Mae'r cyflenwr wedi bod yna ers dechrau mis Mehefin, a mae prif sylwedd y gwaith i'w orffen erbyn diwedd mis Medi, felly dim ond 4 mis. Am waith o'r fath yma, ni'n mynd yn rhyfeddol o gyflym. Felly, le i ni ar hyn o bryd yw, ni wedi gweld cyfraniad cryf oddi wrth yn rhandeiliad allan o'r 13 sefydliad iechyd sy'n rhan o'r gwaith yma. Mae 11 wedi bod yn dod i'r gymuned weithredu, i'r community practice yn reolaidd. Mae'r un nifer wedi adnabod arweinwyr a adnoddau o fewn ei sefydliad, fedrwn nhw priodoli i'r gwaith yma, a ni wedi cael templedau sydd yn adrodd ar y cyflwr presennol oddi wrth 3 allan o'r 13 sefydliad hyd yma. Yn amlwg, mae'r cryn dipyn o waith i wneud, ond just i roi syniad o raddfa'r gwaith, just o'r 3 yna, mae hynna wedi arwain at dros 600 o systemau sydd wedi cael ei mapio mewn i ADOC. Felly, ar gyfer bob un o'r systemau yna, yr isadeiledd, pwy yw'r cyflenwyr, yr holl gysylltiadau rhwng y system yna a bob system arall, y dechnoleg sydd tu fewn i'r system yna. Felly, erbyn i ni orffen y gwaith, i ni'n disgwyl bydd dipyn yn fwy na 2,500 o systemau amrywiol ar draws y dirwedd digidol yng Nghymru. Bydd e'n rhoi dealltwriaeth nad i ni wedi cael erioed o'r blaen. Ni wedi cael dim tebyg i hynny o'r blaen, a mae hynna'n mynd i fod o fantes anferth i ni. Mae'r gwaith yn symud yn gyflym iawn. Mae disgwyliadau clir gan y gweinidog, mae hwn yn blaenoriaeth i weinidogion. Mi fyddwn ni currently on track, o'n i bron, sy'n bwys Saesneg hwnna. Ni yn disgwyl erbyn diwedd mis Medi, mi fyddwn ni'n gallu darparu asesiad o'r cyflwr presennol a cynllun target gyda opsiynau cychwynnol yn un sut ni'n symud. Dim ond 8 wythnos sydd i fynd a mae'n gyfnod haf, ond mae'r holl bartneriaid yn ymwybodol yn cynnwys y Llywodraeth yn ymwybodol o'r bris a'r blaenoriaeth sydd ar y gwaith yma. Mae 2 risg dwi eisiau codi. Un, a ni wedi bod yn ymwybodol o hyn o'r cychwyn cyntaf, ni wedi bod yn agored iawn gyda'r Llywodraeth am hyn bod adnoddau pensaernïol gyntaf yn Bryn ar draws NHS Cymru ac yn ail dan bwysau. oherwydd y systemau eraill sydd yn cael I gweithredu ar hyn o bryd fel y systemau diagnostig ac yn y blaen. Felly, does dim digon o benseiri digidol gyda ni ar draws yr NHS, nid yn DHCW yn benodol, ond yn pob sefydliad. A ni wedi bod yn agored iawn gyda swyddogion y Llywodraeth a hefyd gyda cyflenwr a gyda gweinidog am hynny. Felly, mae yna gydweithio effeithiol, dwi'n meddwl, a onest ag agored rhwng ni a'r holl sefydliadau eraill, bod pawb yn gwneud y gorau gallwn nhw drwy weithio ar y cyd. A'r ail beth yw bod na un gweithred i'r Llywodraeth yn benodol, sef sefydlu bwrdd pensaerniaeth a safonau newydd fel rhan o'r llywodraethiant arwen y DDAT Leadership Group. Dim ond y Llywodraeth sy'n gallu sefydlu hynny, dydy hynna ddim yn ei le eto, a cyn hir i ni'n mynd yn fuan iawn, ni'n mynd I gyrraedd pwynt lle mae angen penderfyniadau glir sydd yn cael gafel ar draws y system. Hynny yw, does dim pwynt I bawb cytuno ar bensaerniaeth a ddim wedyn cyfarwyddo bod angen cydweddu ar bensaerniaeth hynny. Yn y cyfamser, eto, I ni'n cael trafodaethau agored gyda'r Llywodraeth a hefyd gyda rhanddeiliad o sut I ni'n delio gyda pethau yn y cyfamser. Felly, mi fydd y bwrdd prosiect a'r cymuned weithredu I wedi sefydlu a community of practice yn ceisio dod at benderfyniadau ar y cyd lle mae angen penderfyniadau. Ond mae yna wahaniaeth rhwng dod at benderfyniadau ar y cyd ac awdurdod y Llywodraeth I osod rheol cadarn trwy Welsh Health Circular neu trwy rhyw gyfarwyddyd arall allan i'r system. Felly, mae gyda ni ddigon I weithio ar, dwi'n meddwl bod e'n mynd I ddal y prosiect yn ôl, achos mae'r ysbryd a'r parodrwydd I gydweithio ar draws y prosiect yn amlwg o'r cyfarfodydd, ond fel risg, mae pwynt yn mynd I ddod lle bydd na benderfyniadau, bydd dal bobl I benderfyniadau, felly ni'n gweithio'n agos iawn gyda'r Llywodraeth a'r sefydlu'r bwrdd hynny sydd yn rhan bwysig iawn o'r Llywodraethiant newydd. Felly, prosiect wedi sefydlu'n gyflym, prosiect yn mynd yn ei flaen yn erbyn yr amserlen heriol iawn sydd gydag be wi eisiau tynnu mas mwy na dim yw bod y gwaith sydd wedi cael ei gyflawni hyd yma wedi cael ei gyflawni yn gyflym iawn os ych chi'n cymharu gyda beth sydd yn digwydd ar draws systemau digidol eraill a wi jyst cydnabod hynny a diolch yn fawr iawn i'r holl bartneriad, nid just y tîmoedd yn DHCW ond y tîmoedd ar draws yr NHS a'r cyfarwyddwyr digidol a swyddogion y Llywodraeth sydd wedi bod yn rhan o'r gwaith yma.
Diolch, Ifan. Yeah, I mean, this is an incredibly complex piece of work for us to shepherd. I think it's great to see the update very clear. David Rowan, I will ask you to be brief because I'm doing a shocking job of keeping us to time, and it's amser cinio rapidly approaching. David.
I'll do my best, Ruth. Even thanks for the update. Current state, I think you said we've got 3 out of 13 organisations mapped, which is great. What's the plan for the remaining ones, and can we get it done within the time frame of the project?
We believe we can. Everybody's aware we had a full attendance at the last project board. So, I was really pleased that organisations were happy to play back in those reports which organisations. We at the project board on Monday, we just said 3 out of 13 without naming and shaming, if you like.
Yeah.
But everybody around the table supported naming, a sort of a management by peer review, I suppose you'd call it.
Yeah. Okay.
Naming the organisations that have delivered and haven't. Also, the central project team. We've always been very clear that the project team centrally is there to support all organisations. It's not an internal DHCW thing. That said, there's a limit to the extent to which a DHCW project team can go out to map the interrelationships between systems that are out there in a health board context. So there's no getting around that health boards need to find some quite senior technical architectural leadership to do the templates that they need to load up. I'd say with reasonable confidence we'll get to more than 10 out of the 13 by mid-September. I'm not sure necessarily we'll get to all 13, but everybody is committed to doing everything that they can over the coming 8 weeks, and everybody understands the urgency and the ministerial priority on this.
Okay. Great, thanks.
Thanks, Stephen. And very quickly, do you have any sense of when we need that National Architecture Board to be established to kind of maximize the transition from documenting the existing state to something that can be actioned on with everyone feeling that this is being done with them rather than to them.
Yeah, I think, well, the sooner the better. The advice that we've given to government previously is to establish an architecture and standards board, and that its first task would be to restate and to refresh the standards that have already been issued, the famous WHC 2015-049, which is the NHS number, or 2023-018, I've learned these, you see, which is FHIR as the foundational interoperability standard across NHS Wales, but also all of the dataset change notices that we have issued already through WSB. I think it would be very helpful to restate the importance of a standards-based environment, because we have to have that for interoperability. In England, they're legislating for interoperability. That is hard to do in the legislative programme in Welsh Government, but we can get close to it through a very clear government mandate through an Architecture and Standards Board. The Standards Board is not intended to be a delivery board in that it is accountable for the transition from one place to the next. What it does is it sets the rules and the context to which everybody needs to conform. The key thing is nobody but government can do that. So we have no authority over health boards, and individual health boards have no authority over any other organisation. Only government. It's be Lord of the Rings here, right? It's the one ring to rule them all, but in a good way. So the sooner that is in place, it takes some time to establish working patterns, to confirm the membership, etc. So we've got a clear idea of what it would do in its first couple of months. Some fairly straightforward stuff, because it's restating what's already there. By which time we will have target state, we will have transition roadmap and options. But there'll be investment decisions that don't go through the architecture board. They will go through an investment subgroup, because there's quite significant amounts of money that are needed here by the time you get to the whole architecture and the various different elements. And that's what the strategic investment plan will play out. And finally, it will link to what Helen was mentioning earlier, which is the NHS blueprint on digital, the business layer, and that brings together with the technical to give us the options that we need about, quite large scale ambition over 10 years into the, many hundreds of millions in terms of the scale of the investment that is needed to complete the work.
Diolch, Ivan. If anybody had 1246 on their bingo card for the first time Ivan got a Lord of the Rings reference into this meeting today, then you are the winner. You can take that win into lunchtime. We will break now, diolch, and back chwarter wedi un, 1:15. Please remember to turn off your cameras and microphones during the break. Diolch. Right, pnawn da pawb. We'll just wait as people are coming back in. Right, so ydych chi'n barod? We will make a start. Pnawn da, croeso nôl pawb. Welcome back, everybody. We are now into section 6 of our agenda, and I'm going to pass straight over to our Executive Director of Finance, Claire Osmondson-Little, to take us through a short finance report presentation. Don't panic that this might be a slightly shorter finance section than we're normally used to in full board meeting, but as we mentioned earlier today, we've got 2 lovely bites at the finance cherries. We'll also be reviewing our finances during our annual general meeting, which will start after the end of this meeting at 3 p.m. So for a brief update now, before another update later, Claire, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm going to cover the first quarter of this financial year. So if we move on to the next slide. What I'm going to cover is to give you an executive summary of the key financial performance over the last quarter, to summarise those in key themes, and then I'm going to cover the savings plan, the capital plan, and then touch on the risks and opportunities. For those with the board papers, there is more detail in those in the appendices, but I'll leave that to read at your pleasure. So if we move to the next slide. So at the end of quarter one, we are forecasting the achievement of all financial targets, statutory and administration for this financial year. What we did see at the end of the first quarter, our revenue position was 180,000 below target. And that was despite the fact that we had the first quarter of cost implications for the GP migrations that Sam was talking about earlier. And we offset that through vacancy controls. In other words, there was delays in recruitment in order to offset that cost pressure. So this was really what impacted in the Q1 end position, was a slight underspend. Then when we move on to the savings target, which we will go in more detail in a couple of slides' time, but we plan to achieve 4.2 million of savings this year, of which 3.4 million are recurrent, and we'll cover that in a bit more detail in a later slide. And in terms of our national priorities, during the quarter, we had further confirmation of funding for Connecting Care for Q1 and WCCIS for the year. So that brings our total allocation for revenue for national priorities of 25,094,000 and a capital allocation of 9 million. And in terms of capital then, we have a discretionary balance of 3.25 million. And obviously we have a national priority of 9. Again, you'll see in a further slide the breakdown of that, but it's dominated by LIMS and RISP, as well as the NHS app and the cloud transition programme. In terms of cash, we are seeing a build-up of our cash balances, and that's primarily driven by some big contract payments we expect to make in the months of July. And again, that is progressing well. And then in terms of risk, it's worth noting that we are waiting confirmation of funding in and around Connecting Care and the GP migrations programme, as well as iCare and LIMS reprofiling. And also we haven't lost sight of, we are seeing digital inflation cost pressures arise, and it's really about how we manage those going forward. In terms of our underlying position then, we started the year off with a £0.9 million deficit. That was down from a previous year balance of 2.7 million. Obviously, we're hoping to end the year with a balance just shy of £500,000 at 0.4. So that's where we are in terms of our underlying financial position. If we move to the next slide, please. Okay, this just summarises our key financial performance indicators. You can see in terms of our revenue, we are currently 180,000 underspent, and we are forecasting to break even, which is within our statutory requirements. Similarly with capital, we've spent 1.4 million to date, and we are forecasting that we will spend the allocation this financial year. And in terms of paying our public sector's suppliers promptly, we pay 97% within 30 days, which again is above the target of 95. And then you can see our cash balances, which are moving up, which is really reflecting our forecast payments that are going out in July. So if we move on to the next slide. Okay, this is summarising our savings performance. Again, we've broken it down in a bit more detail, and the green highlights that the savings plans are in place, and we have a high level of confidence in delivery. There's still a little bit of work to do in one directorate in terms of confirming those savings plans. But if you add that all up, we're looking to deliver 4.232 million, of which, like I said, 3.4 million of that is recurrent. And it's interesting to note, following the primary care and mental health presentation earlier, that a lot of the efficiencies are coming from the great work that Sam's doing in that area. So if we move on to the next slide. The next slide really breaks down our capital allocations and plans. The top half refers to our discretionary plan. That's for us as an organisation to decide on the allocation and the spend profile. You can see that predominantly that falls within the operational area this year, and work on that is not yet planned, so that will take shape towards the second half year. The integration hub is underway, and we've spent 271,000 to date, slightly behind plan, but nothing material overall. And estates and facilities, those of you who have visited us at DHCW Tiglanna Afon, you'll see that we have a digital future space, in which we had our hybrid conference recently, which really will encourage people to come into the office, and our stakeholders come into the office and see just what we're doing at DHCW. And then the Digital Priorities Investment Fund, again, 9 million, split and dominated predominantly by the diagnostics programmes in RISP and LINKS for this year. Again, spend there is progressing as per plan. We're also undertaking our cloud transition plan, and obviously there's some great work in the app, again, progressing relatively to plan. So if we move on to the next slide. Okay, in terms of key financial risks and opportunities, we've touched on some of this already today. There are a number of activities that are currently unfunded, predominantly in Sam Hall's area, which is in primary care, and relate to the GP migration plans for this year, but also the work that we want to undertake in terms of the connecting care. We met with Welsh Government yesterday, actually, to finalise the requirements of what they would need for us in order for them to make a decision. So we are putting that together this week, and hopefully we'll have our planning assumptions going forward in that area. We're also managing our fixed term funded resources. This year we've got a significant number of programmes that are coming towards the end of their life. So we're also doing a piece of work alongside Sam Morgan and the strategy team to work out a transition plan for that. There are opportunities. The vacancy management is one that we are using to offset some of those and balance them off. But equally, we are looking at our VAT recovery and again, working to see how we optimise that position. There are some areas that are obviously we are under review and under further assessment. Obviously, one of those is the impact of the WICIS review. So this programme, there were a number of workshops currently underway. So towards the second half year, we'll have a greater understanding of whether there are any implications for us for the second half year. And as I've already touched upon, there is a piece of work that we're looking at in relation to some digital inflation. We are seeing some exchange rate effects, but also, and I know Alistair was hot on this one earlier on in the year around the national insurance increases. We have been funded for some of our national insurance for this year, but the recurrent nature of some of that funding isn't there. So again, understanding the implications of that going forward will be important. And obviously, we are trying to balance our financial risks and rewards. So we are doing that, and also looking at what we can do through our accruals and our provisions through accountancy gains to offset some of that exercise that is going on and should be ready towards the end of this month. Okay, that's in terms of our risks and opportunities. And I think the final slide, if we move it on, is really for the board to note the position at the end of our first quarter, to highlight to you that we are still looking to achieve our financial targets, but at the same time, we have a number of risks and opportunities that we are using to manage our position and agree a way forward. So that was my financial summary. I'm happy, Chair, to take any questions.
Diolch, Claire. That was, as ever, really clear and comprehensive report. Thank you. Do we have any questions? David?
Thanks, Ruth. Thanks, Claire. I'm a little bit concerned, as you are, about the GP funding and the LIMS reprofiling. I'm just trying to sense your confidence level that that will come good and the funding will be found by Welsh Government to cover those in full.
So we have done quite a detailed exercise to see how much of that we could offset with our own funding, David. So we've looked at accountancy gains, we looked at VAT, we've looked at, and alongside the GMS board, equally, they've helped us in that exercise by looking at the GP rollout pace. So could we slow down the rate of GP rollout hardware and actually support the process going forward? And so we've presented to Welsh Government a number of options around what we could do jointly. There is a gap. And what they've asked us to assess is what is if we slowed the pace down in order to achieve the financial balance, what does that look like and what are those risks? So that's a piece of work we're doing currently. How confident am I that we'll get funding? Given the national backdrop, it is an extremely challenging financial backdrop. So the decision around that to fund us would have to be taken in that backdrop. So it's not an easy decision for anybody to take. But I think there was acknowledgement that this is definitely something that that there is an appetite for us to progress. We're just trying to find a way to do that collectively and to maximise the GP acceleration between us, if I'm honest. It's a delicate balance. We highlighted that we do need to have a planning assumption for the second and third quarters. So they recognise that. And you can see that by the fact that they are trying to give us quarterly funding in order to keep that pace going. So I'm reasonably confident, I would say, David, and it's a concerted effort between all parties to get to a firm planning assumption, probably within the next month or two.
Okay.
But that's what we're working on.
And you've mentioned GP. Does that cover LIMS as well in terms of?
So the LIMS, there's two parts to LIMS. There is a revenue ask of around about 545,000. I think it was in my last bridge. And there's £1 million potential capital ask. Again, we've had the conversations with Welsh Government. I think the capital ask is something that they would be looking to see the fit with their budget allocations. So the revenue is more challenging. So Helen, alongside the chief execs, has written to them highlighting the requirement for this additional funding. And given their financial position, they didn't all write back and confirm funding support. I think it's really about, again, confirming with the Welsh Government what our planning assumptions are and then going back around that loop. But that, the 545, if you look at that by Health Board, is not a substantially material amount to recover. So I think that's something we would have to work together on in the event that we don't get the answer we want from Welsh Government.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Claire. Very clear. Any other questions or comments? If not, I will move us on. Diolch, Claire. Looking forward to our next go around the finances in probably about an hour and a half's time. So thank you. Next up, formalities. We have received and discussed the report. Thank you very much. Next up, I am handing over to Chris Darling, Director of Corporate Affairs and our Board Secretary, to take us through our corporate risk register. And then we'll be back into performance escalation after that. Diolch, Chris.
Diolch, Chair. Yeah, I'm just going to work through the current organisational position in terms of our corporate risk register. So at present, there are 21 corporate risks on the register, 18 of which are in the papers today. There are 3 marked as private that are cyber related that are considered at the private session of the Digital Governance and Safety Committee. I just want to work through some of the changes since the last board meeting. So just to note, there are 3 new risks that have come onto the risk register. And based on the previous agenda item, I don't think it will be a surprise to board members to note 2 relate to the diagnostics programmes, 1 relates to primary care, but I will just ask Ivan initially to give an update on the 2 risks. So 0349 is the first one. This risk, the RADIS, the Wales Radiology Information System team scaling back during 25-26. This risk it's not a new risk, it's been on our directorate risk register, but the score has increased. So you'll see it in the report twice because of the likelihood element has increased on the risk over the last month or so. The second one, 0298, is delay in implementation of WLIMS and the implications around that. So both risks relate to the implications for DHCW of changes in the diagnostics programme. So Ivan, do you mind just updating on these 2?
Yeah, I'll be brief because I'm sure it's familiar to most board members about the pressure and the context that we have for the 2 diagnostics programs, LIMS2 and RISP, both of which originated in the collaborative move to us in January of 2023, and for a variety of reasons different between the 2 programs are being run on a much more compressed timetable than would usually be expected. So sort of 2 to 2.5 years rather than the 3 to 4 years that would originally have been was originally planned. So they are both coming under pressure. What I've said, and I'll say it again, because I don't think I can say it too often, is that I feel that we're seeing strongly collaborative behaviors from the system in response to the pressures that we are facing, but they are really significant challenges. To run one of these programs would be difficult, but to run both of them at the same time across the NHS Wales is extremely hard. Every organisation is fully aware of the absolute criticality of these diagnostics services to health service delivery provision. So teams right across NHS Wales are highly focused on landing the timetables, maintaining the timetables, and doing what we need to. But those timetables are under pressure for a whole host of reasons. Helen's been taking this to chief execs. It's been reviewed regularly at the DDAT leadership board. It's reviewed in each of our IQPDs. We'll be looking at it in our programs delivery committee next week. So it's getting a lot of scrutiny and a lot of assurance. So I think the purpose of risk management is to recognize the uncertainty, recognize the risks, understand them, and then to have a clear grasp of what the mitigating actions are and what it is you can do or that you need to do around those. Those are in the appendix that are linked to from the summary paper that you have. And for the RADIS one, the risk owner is Sam Lloyd, because he owns the consequences, but arguably I own the cause, right? Because it's the delay in the program that is driving the cause, and the consequences would hit on the existing RADIS team that sit in Sam's operations directorate. So I think for the board, in terms of assurance, I think it's absolutely the right thing to do to bring the delay in the implementation of LIMS up or back up to the corporate risk register so that it's got that visibility. The assurance that I can give is that the program boards, the teams, and also the peer groups, including the chief exec's peer group and the digital directors peer group, are giving this. They could not give this more time and attention on their busy agendas. So we've got all the right eyes on it. Government fully cited, and I think everybody across the system is doing everything that they possibly can. The next 6 to 9 months for both these programs is really, really, really important and challenging for us. But I don't feel that there's anybody anywhere who's not taking it seriously or is not pulling weight as an organization or as a senior leader in the system. So you can only do what you can do. And I think it's absolutely right that we reflect this on our risks. I'm certainly not feeling comfortable about any of these. But I also feel that, you know, everybody understands the challenges that we have and everybody is engaged with it and fully focused on it.
Thanks, Ivan. Sam, do you want to come in?
Thank you, Ruth. Yeah, and thanks, Ivan. Just to add to what Ivan has said there, it's just a point around the wording of this risks. It talks about the RADIS team scaling back and it talks about the exit of the RADIS team, but just want to be clear that the work of that team continues to be really important to DHCW, and the focus actually is on moving them across onto working on other products and supporting them in that process. It's not about the exit of the team.
Thanks, Sam. Ruth, you happy and move on? Yeah. So the third new risk, I do just want to, I know we've covered, but 0350, Sam talked about GP migrations. This is around the increased cadence of GP migrations, and clearly there are risks. There's also opportunities around this. So Sam, do you want to just comment on this?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Just briefly. So obviously we already knew this was going to cost more money to transition. That was into that was put in our request way back when we did our financial profile of what we needed. We haven't had any money for those transitions. So not only are we asking to increase, which is to bring it forward effectively. So, you know, we would always need more money to do this, but it's to bring it forward so we can for all of those benefits we talked about you know, EPS, but also there's other opportunities we have by getting everyone on one system, which is actually one of the benefits of moving to one system. But we can't do that under the current with the current amount of people we've got. But on top of that, it's compounded by the fact that we didn't have the money for the base amount of transition either. So this is really significant for us. It is absolutely right that this is a risk, because so much is dependent on us being able to do that migration work and get everyone off IMPF.
Diolch, Sam. Just wanted to pick up two other risks on the risk register, just to comment. 0300, board members will be aware of the CANISC risk. Just wanted to note colposcopy went live in July, and I know Rigian's very cautious about this being removed from the risk register until fully decommissioned, so it is on there, but we are hopeful that it will be decommissioned. Rigian, I don't know if you want to add to that.
Yes, there are a couple of elements. The first element is user access to the UI for new patients. That's now been removed as we've transitioned to WCP for colposcopy, palliative care and cancer. So that's really positive. There's a dependency on the data within the legacy system for audit. And there are a number of patients who have live care that are transitioning through. So we've reduced the number of users that have access to the system, therefore we're reducing the risk on a daily basis. We're securing the long-term stability of the data that's recorded in the system for the purposes that I've explained. It's been a very long process, and what we have learned some lessons, particularly most recently, regarding the colposcopy program, that our inability to integrate once into PAS and have to do it 7 times because of different ways that outpatients are coded across the NHS just for the 18 sites in colposcopy has caused us a real headache. And it's been a team effort with the individual health boards, the colposcopy leads, the IT departments in the health boards, and our own teams. It has just brought home the message again that if local configurability continues, it makes integration on a wider scale a lot harder, more expensive, and more prone to error.
Thanks, Rigian. I think that's a point well worth reiterating around integration and our ability to achieve the desired effect once things have already been delivered becomes more difficult, it becomes more expensive, and becomes a bigger risk to patient safety. So I think that's absolutely worth reiterating. Diolch. Chris?
Thanks, Ruth. Yeah, the last one I wanted to comment on, 0207 document management system. Claire escalated this at the last meeting. We are on track, as I understand, for this to be mitigated, so I expect that to come off for the next board meeting. Chair, those were the risks I wanted to pull out and make the board aware of in terms of changes and where we've moved things on, but happy to take questions on anything else.
Thanks, Chris. That was really clear, and thanks for the updates from the other directors. David.
Thanks, Ruth. Thanks, Chris. Chris, we've got the LIMS risk as almost certain on the chart in your report, and the GP migration is likely. I'm just trying to understand the subtlety between those two risks. They both appear to me to be similar risks, but I guess is it down to our confidence in getting the required funding?
It is, to an extent, in terms of the GP migration. Yeah, and David, if I'm completely honest, I think these, in terms of likelihood and impact on a week-by-week basis, both of them at the moment, you would probably potentially score at different rates. So it's a really hard thing to do. Yeah, so I wouldn't want to comment. I think it's wait and see. And to some extent, the decisions are outside of our direct control as well, which makes them also difficult to score in terms of likelihood.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thanks, Chris. That looks like everything on that item. So we have been asked to receive and discuss the corporate risk register. We have done that. I am going to move us on now to the performance report, which we go back to Claire Osmondson-Little, our Exec Director of Finance, to present. Claire.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of our performance reviews, since the last board, obviously, as Helen alluded to in her Chief Exec update, we've had our JET meeting. We've also recently had another IQPD meeting on the 16th of July, and we've got one on the 18th of August. All have gone reasonably well, and we've not received any additional escalation points following those meetings. And in the last IQPD, we actually did a detailed update on link, RISP and primary care. So those are going well. I'm not going to touch on the enhanced monitoring because that comes up in the excellent escalation report that we've got next with Chris. But I will now go into our broader performance. So from a stakeholder perspective, we've undertook our first stakeholder advisory group that was held on the 24th of June. And actually the actions relating to the stakeholder action plan have gone well. We've delivered 20 of those in Q1. In terms of our organisational capacity, appraisals have fallen slightly behind target, so directors are focusing on bringing those back in line. And again, there's been a piece of work looking at our recruitment efficiency in order to improve the timescales, but also looking at a deeper process review, looking at the recruitment process as a whole, and that was undertaken in the last quarter. In terms of our internal processes, in June we achieved 35 of our milestones out of a plan of 60. Some of those were reforecast into later quarters. And again, some great progress in some of the programmes. I'm going to ask Evan actually if he wants to give us a bit of an update from a programme perspective on the milestone completion.
Well, not specifically on programs, I think more on milestones as a whole and the turbulence that we've had and how that's been handled through the first quarter of the year. Independent members will remember that we received a remit letter at the end of March. We went into escalations at the end of March, and both of those introduced a whole range of new additional requirements that we'd not had a chance to incorporate into our IMTP planning. And teams in Welsh Government and in DHCW have worked really hard through April, May and June to incorporate all of those and to reflect them and to bring some stability by working through the existing processes that we've refined over the last couple of years. And I'm really pleased with how that work has gone. She's just recently retired, so I want to pay credit for the last time to Ruth Chapman. She's guided and she's been such a fantastic steward of all of this work through our planning and our IMTP planning and the business plan work. We're really, really going to miss her. We're out to advertise at the moment right now for her successor, and we're interviewing next week. So, the team behind her is carrying us through. So there has been quite a lot of potential movement there, and we've got through that with stability because I think of the working relationships with Welsh Government, and so I genuinely want to pay credit to the support that we've had from them, having been through this a couple of times in 24-25 in Q1 and in Q2. To some degree, programs have had more stability because this year we had funding confirmed through the remit letter before the beginning of the financial year. So the plans that we had in place for programs have not in general, have not needed to be significantly reprofiled and reviewed. The exception to that is probably the medicines programs. So both EPS and EPMA, we've needed to do some, well, they've had to take quite a significant haircut, I suppose I'd call it, in terms of the funding that was allocated against the funding that was originally planned, and we're running we're over programmed on both of those programs at the moment. So if you add them together, we've trimmed back to the core milestones for delivery in those two programs, but we couldn't get to the funding that we had available through the remit letter allocations without cutting some of those milestones. So the decision that we've taken is that we're protecting those milestones, but the consequence of doing that is that we're £700,000 short, roughly, across those two programs, which we're then consciously over-programmed on, and we will look to drive efficiencies through the year from those programs and from across the portfolio, because again, the remit letter has given us more freedom to redeploy resources from one program to the next, to shore up programs, to accelerate programs tactically, etc., with Welsh Government oversight and line of sight to those sorts of changes. So, there was potential for a huge amount of destabilizing turbulence, but I think we've weathered that quite well, and we reported that at the last two SHA board meetings. Generally, programs have had more stability as they head into the beginning of the year because the funding's been allocated, with the exception of those two programs particularly. But I think teams have done a very good job, and there's a close scrutiny which continues with Welsh Government. And of course, as we know, my final closing comment on this is things do change during the year. In 24-25, there were some quite extensive changes in in Q2 because of the wider NHS context, the need to release money back into the wider system, etc. So if that happens, we know, I think I can give the board comfort that we've got the processes and the experience to be able to deal with that. It'd be preferable if it doesn't happen. There's a lot that we need to do, and I think the programs are quite tightly planned. So the more stability we have, the more teams can focus on delivery, and I'm very much hoping for that stability. But if we don't get it, then we'll be able to work with Welsh Government colleagues to manage it, because it will be the first time.
Thank you, Ethan. In terms of internal processes, service availability was slightly lower than the target of 99.9 at 99.8. And that was a result of two MIs, one of which related to the data centre, which you saw as the learning opportunity in the previous board item. There's also been work around the active problem fixes, and the first line fixes, again, have been below target. So I'm just going to ask Sam Lloyd if you wanted to comment on the operational performance.
Yeah, thank you, Claire. So as you've mentioned, the service availability was reduced as a result of the data center incident, which we're working through. But in the broader context, our availability over the year has been above target, so we expect that to smooth out over the longer period of time. That's not to take anything away from the severity of that incident. Active problems, so we do have a focus on problem management, which in my experience, a lot of organisations are not doing well. So I think it's a positive that the DHCW has a big focus on problem management, which is getting to the root cause of repeated incidents effectively. So it's a positive step that we do that. We are somewhat below the target that we've set, but we are looking at ways that we can improve that. And there's a lot of work that Dominica is leading, our head of enterprise service management, through the service management team to enhance their capabilities and our organisational capability in that regard. First line fix rate, again, slightly below target, but we have set ourselves quite an ambitious target there. So to be closing almost a quarter of calls at the first contact with the service desk is quite a good thing to be doing, I think. And I'd actually like to take this opportunity to thank the service desk team, who are often kind of under the radar, but they do deal with tens of thousands of calls, and they are the first point of contact that most of the system has with our organisation. So I think the work they do is fantastic. We are looking at, through the procurement of a new ITSM tool, opportunities to improve that first line fix rate, because there's a lot of additional automation and things that we'll be able to implement through the purchase of that new tool, plus kind of AI chatbot kind of capability. So there's a whole world of possibility which is opened up there. But given the tooling that we're using, I think the team are doing a fantastic job there.
Okay, thank you, Sam. The financial results we've been through, in terms of our mission achievements. So in mission 1, which is providing a platform for enabling digital transformation, there's been some great work on digital visualization and forecasting capabilities that are now being used as part of the NDR. In mission 2, the delivering high quality digital products and services. Again, it was the first time that the Welsh immunisation did a fully automated release, which was a great achievement to Sam and her team. The WPAS go live, the migration from Swansea Bay to Cwmtaf Mwganog went on plan, with again 68,000 digital records migrating from one to another, and also progress with the milestones in relation to EPS. In terms of mission 3, which is the expanding the digital care records and use of digital to improve healthcare, again, there was a workshop around the NHS app development, and the developments continue. And we had additional functionality within the in the Welsh Clinical Portal that has also gone live in Q1. In terms of mission 4, driving value and outcomes through innovation, again, the R&D the number of data products and dashboards that have been developed are 86, which are now live, and 22, which are in development. And again, that work progresses at pace. And then mission 5, which is the trusted strategic partner for high quality, inclusive and ambitious organisation. Obviously, Helen highlighted the staff conference on the 25th of June, but in our quality team, the quality training on improvements, 129 staff have now undergone that training. We've done quite a bit of work on social value and sustainability, supporting the recent NHS conference, but also being represented on the HFMA roundtable on environmental sustainability and health equality. We now have 15 AI capability roadmaps that have been developed, and as a result, great progress as part of that Building Our Future programme. There are no escalations or risks that I want to raise with the board, and I'd like Chair for you to receive, and happy to discuss any points with the board.
Diolch, Claire. I think, really clear to see that it's a massively challenging environment for us still, the amount that we're being asked to deliver on, but really positive that signs of progress are being made across pretty much all of that landscape. So diolch. Ivan, I'll come to you first.
Thanks, and thanks, Claire. Really clear update in the the performance report. I just want to pick something up from missions 1 and 3, which links back in some ways to the target architecture. So I often say the future is, well, I don't say, I quote, the future is already here. It's just not evenly distributed. So I want to pick out 2 things and then bring them together. The first is in mission 1 in April. We had the first live clinical read-write through Fire-based APIs to the CDR from WCP for the growth chart. I think that is a real milestone. I'm really proud of the teams, and that's not just the NDR team, but it's the ops team as well, because obviously they own the WCP. Really good working across the organization. And the key thing about that is that the clinical data that is written into the care data record, the identifiable record in the NDR, immediately flows into the de-identified NDAP, so you can look at the analytics reports instantly. By writing to the CDR, you get the analytics context in real time, and that is an absolute breakthrough. The second is on the NHS Wales app, as well as the features engagement workshop. In response to a ministerial request, we brought forward the Welsh identity verification system. that was delivered about 6 weeks, I think, ahead of the originally planned timetable in response to a ministerial urgent request. And just after the close of the quarter, we've gone live with the alpha in Hywel Dda of outpatient appointments and waiting lists. Now, the reason that I want to flag that is because the way that works is that data is all held in WPAS, a legacy system. The data flows from WPAS into the CDR, in the NDR environment. That's our part of our future architecture, and the NHS Wales app consumes only from the CDR. And again, the app is part of our future architecture. So it's a credit to teams that they've been able to bring that forward quickly. We're learning a lot from the alpha. It's been active for just over a week. It's thrown up various glitches, as you might imagine. That's what alphas are for. But the important thing is that this is a proof of concept of how we can take our legacy systems and then route them through our future architecture, so the app and the CDR work effectively together. And if we can do that, and iron out all the kinks in Hywel Dda, then we're set for a wider expansion, which again, as always, requires close working with all of our health board colleagues. They own the configurations, they own their own local PAS implementations and the way that they enter and manage data into those. But these are two really important demonstrations of the future target architecture we talk about. It's a real thing. It's not some pipe dream vaporware. It is there in some areas, and we're already now deploying it. And I think the teams are doing a fantastic job on it.
Diolch, Ifan. Marian.
Diolch, Cadeirydd. Gai just godi dirywiad yn ni'n gweld yn yr adroddiad yma yn nifer o arfarniadau sy'n cael eu cynnal, a hynny am y trydydd mis o'r bron. I ni wedi yn hanesyddol perfformio'n dda iawn yn y maes yma, a wy'n just cyfeirio nôl at y drafodaeth a gaethon ni'n gynt y bore yma o ran yr adolygiad staff. Oedden ni sôn am y pwysau gwaith aruthrol sydd ar rai o'n gweithlu ni, a hefyd burnout, y term yna'n cael ei ddefnyddio, y pryder ynglyn â hynny. Mae'n galonogol gweld bod uwch reolwyr yn mynd i'r rafel ar gostyngiad yma, ar ddirywiad yma, ond ydyn ni'n credu bod y ddau beth yn gysylltiedig, pwysau gwaith, burnout a'r diriwiad yn ni'n weld? Neu beth ydy'r eglurhad?
So thank you, Marion. That's a really important observation that we have from our performance report. If you looked at the distribution of the directorates which have completed and those which haven't, I think that shows you that we need to look in the mirror for some of us around the table, because that actually is within our gift. I think actually a lot of it's down to timing. And again, it goes back to the responses I was saying earlier about having a plan, because what you tend to find is directorates tend to do these in bulk, and then when it comes back around again, you've got quite a number of appraisals that need to be done at the same time. Having said that, these are reviewed with the pod team on a monthly basis with the SLTs individually, and they've been tasked to really focus on this in the forthcoming quarter. So we hope to see that trend reverse in the forthcoming month. Is there a link between the performance and some of our comments? I'm not sure there's a direct link, but it's systematic to say that we should put our people first, which is really what we do, and make this a priority and reprioritize other activities in order to get this done. So yeah, it certainly is a focus, and it will continue to be, and hopefully following the recent management board and the actions that we've taken, we should start to see that trend improving. I don't know, Sam, if you wanted to comment further.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Claire. I'd agree with what you said, Claire. I think we're into high holiday season as well, aren't we? So we've got lots of people off. It's a reason we do need to make sure that we're better in terms of the planning in of that, so we avoid this at this time of the year. I think there's also some work for us to do as well on, in lots of occasions, people have had the discussions, but it hasn't been recorded on ESR. So that can be quite clunky as well. So we need to do some more work, I think, with our managers in terms of and our staff as well to record that the conversation has taken place. But one thing that we will be doing is trying to move it beyond just the reporting to make sure that those conversations are really rich, supportive, enabling, and really do help support development. So yeah, it's twofold. It's both the meeting the requirements on paper, but also making sure that they're really quality conversations that happen as well. But really good observations. Thank you, Marianne.
Diolch, Sam. I'm pleased you picked up that point there, because I just reflect that in the days when I had a proper job, doing those appraisals was often just an overhead and just an absolute drag, because the system wasn't very good. There was no direct link back to what we were doing, and it was often a tick box exercise, but it took you an hour to fill out something for every member of staff. So there's something about how do we weave that into everything that we do in a way that isn't just adding an additional management overhead for people, but is actually talking to people about their performance on a regular basis and making it part of what we do every day, and not just something that once a year you've got to sit down and go, oh my God, I've got to fill out all these reports, because that's not helpful for us as an organization. It's not helpful for our people. So yeah, I think the focus on making that live and useful is really important. Rhydian.
Thanks. My comment would be that there's just some things you have to do. Okay, so ESR, mandatory training, fire training, it's got to be done. It's for your safety to get out of the building if there's a fire. Information governance, cybersecurity training on ESR, got to be done, because keep patient information safe and make sure that our systems are secure. Appraisals, they are for the benefit of the individual being appraised, to work out what their educational needs are, the support that they need, and there's an emphasis, and there should be an emphasis on the individual to demand and for the manager to provide. And I think I just want to hit that home, particularly for any staff watching. They are for their benefit to identify their improvement needs, for them to have an opportunity with their line managers to discuss their requirements, what they need to improve, develop, and deliver. And I think you'll see that culture particularly in my team and my figures.
Diolch, Rhydian, and thank you for the reminder of all of the ESR mandatory trainings that I need to catch up on. That's something that I have to do too. Claire, any final? It looks like a no. Okay.
Sorry, I'm struggling with my mute. No, I think there's some takeaways there for us, which is always helpful. So no, thank you, Chair.
Diolch. I will move us on. We do have time scheduled in for another break this afternoon, but given where we are in the agenda, I'm minded to continue and hopefully give us a bit of a longer break between the end of this and the start of the AGM. Unless anybody wishes to do anything different. If you do want to stand up, move about, shake it all about, take a short screen break, please just turn your camera off and do that. As long as you don't all go at the same time, I'm sure we can manage. I'm sure we can manage that. Moving on, we have received and discussed the performance report. Diolch yn fawr. We are now moving on to escalation update, and we are back with our board secretary, Chris Darling, to take us through this update.
Diolch, Chair. Yes, I'm just going to run through the report that's in the papers. I'm going to start off with some of the activity over the last couple of months that is related to escalation and the response that we've taken to escalation, much of which board members have been involved or engaged with, so some of it will be familiar to you. So we had a board development session on the 26th of June. That was an all-day session, independently facilitated, reflecting on escalation, building on a previous session we had, considering implications for DHCW and the wider system, and we had a follow-up board briefing on the 10th of July to consider some of the actions at board level to take forward as a result. In terms of committees, the Programmes Delivery Committee met on the 10th of July. They reviewed in full the Enhanced Monitoring Improvement Plan milestones for the months of May and June. As a core escalation team, I meet on a weekly basis, mainly with colleagues from other directorates, and I'm really grateful for all the support and input they have put into monitoring and keeping track of where we're at in terms of escalation status. I've also been in regular contact with the Head of Performance, Escalation and Intervention within Welsh Government, just to check in terms of where we're at, the plan, the activity we're undertaking, and that is in keeping with expectations from a government perspective. We've had 2 formal meetings with Welsh Government, one the Joint Executive Team meeting and one Integrated Quality and Performance Delivery meeting. I will come on to talk about some of the key outputs from those meetings. I just wanted to, before I do that, just note section 4.2 of the paper does set out the 42 milestones within the Enhanced Monitoring Improvement Plan. I mentioned we reviewed the May and June outcomes as a Programmes Delivery Committee. I think we were content that those have been delivered, noting that there was one relating to colposcopy go live, which had a target date of the 30th of June. That was achieved on the 9th of July, so a slight delay, but the other milestones were completed. There are 4 milestones scheduled for completion by the end of July, and then there are a further 16 by the end of September. So there's a significant amount of work over the August and into September months to make sure that approximately 3/4 of the escalation milestones are delivered in a timely way. The July milestones will be considered at the Programmes Delivery Committee that meets next week. So the detail of going through each of those will happen at that meeting. Just to feedback on some of the interactions with government. So I mentioned the first interaction on the 27th of June was at the Joint Executive Committee meeting. We highlighted the engagement we have had as a board and internally as an organisation with our staff on escalation implications and our response. We also highlighted a number of areas of potential concern that we wanted to have further discussion with government on. So that related to LIMS delivery, the IMPS and the GP migration, connecting care and future funding, I guess, for connecting care, and then the NHS Wales app public launch. Following that meeting on the 16th of July, we met with Welsh Government at their IQPD, their Integrated Quality, Performance and Delivery meeting. That we spent a lot more time in terms of looking at escalation. So we ran through the escalation plan, we ran through the milestones to date. We also had 2 deep dive sessions, one on the diagnostics programmes, which I think was incredibly helpful, both from our perspective and from Welsh Government's perspective, and secondly on primary care services that Sam Hall led us through. So just to summarise for the board some of the key feedback I took away from those 2 discussions. From a joint exec team perspective, there was an ask for DHCW to do further work on how major digital programmes can ensure consistent sign up and commitment from NHS Wales partners through collaborative engagement, and how the Once for Wales framework is used and locked in. So critical for us in relation to major programmes, and we have got a milestone due in September that addresses an element of that ask, which is around programme typology and the commercial frameworks that major programmes have as options. The key takeaways from the IQPD meeting, mainly the diagnostics programme, so LIMS and risks, the delivery options. We talked about concerns around health board delivery convergence and the proposal to move to a discipline by discipline approach to LIMS. We also talked about the need to work collectively with NHS Wales partners and Welsh Government on the NHS Wales app features and ensuring they're utilised when features are made live within the app. We flagged a risk or a concern that Ivan mentioned earlier in relation to target national architecture and the resources across health boards, particularly in the context of the milestone we have for September to have mapped the current state and the future state of the target architecture. And finally, we agreed that we would do some early engagement with Welsh Government colleagues on that programme typology and commercial options work throughout August, so that when the milestone is discussed in full in September, they've had the opportunity to feed into that. So in terms of risks and matters for escalation, I will just flag for board members that the improvement plan in response to escalation does include a column relating to dependencies. So that sets out where we need to work with the system. Clearly, a lot of the major national programs are collaborative and we work with partners to deliver. There are a number of milestones coming up where there are dependencies. There's one in July relating to information governance, where there's a clear dependency with other NHS bodies and Welsh Government. So I'm just flagging that. I know board members are aware, but I think it's worth just reiterating that point. So just to conclude, Chair, just to say thank you to board members, because I'm conscious and aware that we have spent a fair amount of board time considering, reflecting and discussing a response to this. So I'm very grateful for all the input that we've had to date. Happy to take questions, Chair.
Diolch, Chris. That was really clear, particularly the updates on the specific pieces of work in the improvement plan, and it's good to see that progress is being made there. I suppose I have one question in terms of the engagement that we've had with Welsh Government so far that you outlined there. Has any comment, concerns, suggestions, questions been raised regarding our approach to how we're governing this piece of work? Because I think, as you say, we've invested quite a lot of time as an organisation in making sure that across the organisation we're being serious about how we act on this and very serious about how we've set up the governance in order to do that. And I just wondered whether any comment on our approach to that governance as an organisation had been made, any suggestions for a different way we could go about doing things.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, so we've had some feedback in terms of approach. I think from the joint exec team meeting, we had some positive feedback in terms of approach, mainly around the engagement with the board and the interaction we've had with staff. I think we mentioned earlier, myself and Helen, within a week of being escalated, had a staff Q&A on what it means for staff. I think there were over 250 staff and we ran over by half an hour because of the interaction and the discussion with staff on what it means for us as an organisation and for individual staff members. I've had some interaction, as I mentioned, with the head of performance and escalation within Welsh Government around the approach. She's very much encouraged us to be as open and transparent as we can be in terms of our response to escalation. In doing so, I probably should have mentioned this, the programme's delivery committee members will be aware. We've got a joint repository which Welsh Government have access to, as well as our staff. Within that repository, next to every milestone, each of the 42 milestones we have, as we assess that whether we think they've been completed, we include evidence to demonstrate that and reference that evidence. That allows Welsh Government to go in, have a look, consider whether they feel the evidence is the same. Because the one thing we have discussed is making sure we're on the same page and there's no ambiguity on, we feel we've closed something off in terms of milestone delivery, but government have another view. So I think the main feedback, Ruth, is openness, transparency, try and do as much business in forums like this or through our committee structure where stakeholders and citizens can access the information and challenge should they need to.
Diolch, Chris. Marianne.
Diolch. Just a quick follow-up question from me, Chris. You talked about the challenge that's been set for us to get the buy-in from our partners in health boards and other organisations, but also the challenge of getting better take-up for some of our projects and programmes. And I just wonder how challenging we think this will be going forward, and what level of support and empathy is there out there within the wider system?
Diolch, Marian. Yeah, and Ivan might want to comment on this one as well, because I'm conscious this is more his area than mine. But one comment I will just make in response to it. We have got some independent advice, support to consider and challenge us as much as anything in terms of the approach and the work we're doing around program typology, commercial frameworks. As part of that independent challenge support, that we're also looking at international case studies, best practice, to see if there are things we can learn from other digital health systems across the world. That's not to say clearly you can lift and shift, but it might be to say these things are consistently working across a number of systems and we should look at those further. But I'll let Helen and Ivan comment if that's okay.
Yeah, so from a program implementation perspective, I think probably our understanding, certainly my understanding, has evolved over the last year and a half. And I understand, ministers' reservations about when we say that something is done, because technically it's done, the feature is available, it's tested, it's assured, it's there and it's available. That might not feel like done if it hasn't been enabled and switched on and is not being used right across the system. It's what we've been trying to grasp with Mission 3, that you can build the best digital quality services in the world, but if nobody's using them, then they're not going to deliver the value and the benefits that you need. A really obvious example of this is in the GP space for the features that are in the NHS Wales app around appointments and the summary care record and a bunch of other things. GPs own the decision as to what to enable and when and for who. And DHCW does not have a direct relationship through the contractual arrangements with the GPs to do that. So there's a really close partnership working that is needed between us and the Welsh Government and the GPs in order to provide the reassurance, because a lot of the reservations are absolutely legitimate, logical and rational ones from the perspective of GPs. And I think that's the key thing that I've learned, is that that there can be really, really sound, well-founded reasons for caution and or sometimes for variation, but equally sometimes there's no real valid reason, and it's extremely hard to differentiate from any sort of central position away from delivery, whether that's us or the government or the minister or anybody else, to express a clear view or to come to a clear conclusion about what is a valid reason for what's unwarranted variation and what is warranted variation, I guess you might say. So we are focused on trying to be as clear as we can. We're trying to be clearer about the stages of, technically available and then enabled and then used. We're also focused on trying to remove the friction for the onboarding. So it's something that we've been thinking about from the very beginning of the outpatients work that I was mentioning earlier in Hywel Dda, for example. How do we make it as easy as possible for health boards to enable one clinic, then another clinic, then another clinic, and then another clinic? Because there are lots of them and they're all different. We can't have switch them all on. But how do we make it much, much easier for everybody to plough through that traffic and get the right balance between Welsh Government direction, genuine collaborative working on the basis of consent with our partners, and us doing all that we can technically to make it simple and to provide people with the reassurance that they have. So it's not a challenge that's going to go away. Every time we bring new features out, this is going to happen. I think, though, that we've got a much more sophisticated understanding of these interplays than we probably had a year and a half ago. Certainly I have.
Thanks, Ivan. Helen.
Thank you, Diolch. Yeah, endorse everything that colleagues have said there. I guess, and this is kind of goes to the heart of wanting to see the progress, because we're doing this stuff to achieve the outcomes, as Ivan has pointed out, really, and we are as an organisation and through our programme structures leaning in to what it is that we can do and how do we, in a collaborative way, actually support and enable the adoption to happen with all of the new features, because this is what we all want is for the features to accelerate and to provide the opportunity for different ways of delivering service and to empower and engage citizens in their own health and care. And I think there are tremendous opportunities. So there are a couple of practical things, as well as all that that Ivan is describing there, that we're doing, that we're leaning into this. I'm talking to the chief execs next week about the NHS Wales app and the specifics around the new developments and what some of the challenges are and the variation is. And we're doing the development to try and identify the variation in the adoption of the new features so that that is more visible at a system level. working with government, as Evan says. I think there's a job to do at a strategic level in join up of our strategic initiatives around the national transformation programmes, like the National Primary Care Programme, the Planned Care Programme and Unscheduled Care Programme, so that the advantages and opportunities of digital, and particularly the position of the opportunities in the NHS Wales app, actually are more at the forefront of those. So I think there's some work for us to do in that space to, as a system, ensure that we've got all the levers in the right place. So they're the sorts of conversations that are going on, and how that fits then with the DSPP programme in terms of being able to drive the change forward once we have delivered the technical functionality that's needed. But you know, these are some of these changes are pretty simple functionality that's available in the app that relates to really complex service changes and under the bonnet kind of processes that happen within kind of a really kind of entrenched way of working in the health and care system. So that there are some complications to this that we, you know, and that's where the programme structures come in, isn't it, in terms of understanding what the impact of these changes is right across kind of the whole pathways, really. But yeah, it's something that is, you know, frontmost in terms of our kind of thinking and the actions that we're taking at the moment.
Yeah, Helen.
Chris, any final comments before I move us on? No?
Nothing.
Okay.
No.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the comprehensive update. We have received that report for assurance, Diolch yn fawr. Moving on now to the committee updates. As usual, we have a set of updates from our committees that have been provided in the papers. So I'll turn now to each of those chairs to highlight anything they wish to from the report. First up is the Digital Governance and Safety Committee highlight report, and I'd like to ask Rowan Gardner, the committee chair, to present that report. Rowan.
Thank you. So the committee met on May the 22nd. We met in public and private committee, as we always do. We received a number of very well prepared reports across each of the themes. In the course of the Welsh Informatics Assurance Group, they alerted us that one service had gone live without full assurance, and we discussed that. I don't think there's anything else I need to bring to the board other than to thank all of the colleagues who attend the committee, incredibly well prepared and with a mind to engage in open, thoughtful, and I find very useful discussions. So if there's no questions, we can move on.
Diolch, Rowan. If there are no questions, I will move straight to the chair of our Audit and Assurance Committee, Marion Wynne-Jones, to present the Audit and Assurance Committee highlight report. Diolch, Marion.
Diolch, Gadeirydd. A mae'n bleser gen i gymeradwy ar y droddiad. Dyma chi o'r Pwyllgor Archwilio a Gynhaliwyd yn gynharach y mis yma. Gai jyst dynnu eich sylw chi at un neu ddau o bwyntiau byr sy'n berthnasol, dwi'n credu, o gofio yn ystod yn trafodaethau heddiw. Mae'r heriau cyllidol a'r diffyg sicrwydd falle o ran ariannu agweddau o'n prosiectau yn rhaglenni ni wedi bod yn thema gyson. Felly, fel y gallwch ddychmygu, roedd hi'n dda gallu derbyn y droddiad yr archwilwyr mewnol a'r gynaladwyedd ariannol. Dyfarniad o sicrwydd sylweddol yn rhoi sicrwydd annibynnol i ni fod na drefniadau ariannol effeithiol yn ei lle i gynnal yn gwasanaethau a'n prosiectau sydd ar waith ar hyn o bryd. Gai gyfeirio'n sydyn at yn sesiwn gaeedig, gaethon ni, fel chi'n gwybod, ni'n cyfarfod yn gaeedig o dro i dro i drafod materion cyfrinachol a masnachol sensitif o bosib. Ac yn y sesiwn yna, gaethon ni ddiweddariad ar y camau gweithredu yn codi o'r adolygiad diweddar ar broses y recriwtio, a braf clywed hefyd ar gynnydd boddhaol yn y camau sy'n codi o'r adolygiad diwylliant. Fe gafwyd canlyniad hefyd o'r archwiliad ar yr uned gwitnwch seibr. Ac yn ola, jyst tynnu'ch sylw chi at ddiweddariad ar ymchwiliad diweddar sy'n mynd ar rhagddo gan y tîm gwrthdwyll. Dyna'r cwbl gen i, ond gai hefyd fanteisio ar y cyfle mae i ddiolch yn benodol i'r tîm llywodraethiant am ei cefnogaeth cyson i'n gwaith ni fel pwyllgor i ni mawr werthfawrogi y gefnogaeth i ni'n gael. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch yn fawr, Marion. And if there are no comments or questions, I will move on. It falls to me to present the Remuneration and Terms of Service Committee highlight report. I don't propose on adding anything to the report that's there. We discussed on the 5th of June and 17th of July end of year review of executive team performance and objectives, approved additional employee payments and approved the appointment of the associate board member trade union, as we referred to earlier in the meeting. So if there are no questions or comments on that, I will move on to the Programmes Delivery Committee highlight report and ask the Chair of the Programmes Delivery Committee, David Selway, to present that report.
Thank you, Ruth. As board members will be aware, our escalation status relates to major programmes, and as a result, the Programme Delivery Committee has picked up responsibility for oversight and assurance of the plan that Chris has already gone through during the meeting. As a result of that, we've increased the frequency of our PDC meetings, and the meeting that took place on the 10th of July was an extraordinary meeting outside of our normal schedule to provide or get some oversight on the report that Chris has already presented. The one concern we had was at the point that we were reviewing the plan, it still hadn't been approved, but I'm pleased to say that that's now been approved by the Integrated Quality Performance Delivery Committee 4 days after we met. And our next meeting, the full Programme Delivery Committee, is scheduled for next week on the 7th. Happy to take any questions if anybody's got any.
Diolch, David. If there are no questions, I will just say that we've received all of those reports for assurance, and I would just like to pay tribute to the committee chairs. Actually, you know, your continued supportive challenge of the organisation and the work that we do through that committee structure is really important, bringing transparency to what we do at the board, and successful committee structure then leads to a successful board meeting where we can focus on the key issues. So diolch yn fawr iawn for your work on that. I think, unless somebody gives me a virtual kick to say otherwise, we are now into the closing section of the meeting, and any other business which I have not been made aware of any, but if anybody has anything that they need to raise urgently now, please let us know. Okay, if not, then I will advise people that our next meeting will be, is that Monday the 29th of September? We're on a Monday meeting for the next one. Oh, I'll have to keep an eye on that one. It's good job we checked. Diolch. Monday the 29th of September will be our next formal board meeting. I would like to extend my thanks to everybody who's contributed today. Particular thanks go to the authors of the papers, who it's very easy for your exec directors to sit here and take all the credit, but I don't underestimate the amount of work that goes into preparing papers for us to be able to have those discussions. So diolch to you. Thanks also to our comms and support team, who always sit very quietly in the background and make sure that things largely work. When they don't, that's our fault, not theirs. Also, I would like to say Penblwydd Hapus to Neris, our interpreter, whose birthday is today. And for me, a special thanks goes to Laura Tolley, our head of corporate governance, because without her briefing today, we wouldn't have even got this far. And she does a sterling effort there. I threatened to make her turn her camera on and take a bow, but I would just like to say thanks, Laura, for everything today. Diolch yn fawr iawn, pawb. I will see everybody back here at 3 o'clock for the AGM. Thank you very much.